Communication from the chair. Good morning, honorable members. Today we are to commence the debate on the 2025 estimates of revenue and expenditure of the Republic of the Gambia for the period 1st January to 31st December 2025, both days inclusive. As we are all aware, the 2025 estimates of revenue and expenditure was tabled by the Honorable Minister for Finance and Economic Affairs on Friday, 15th November 2024, and seconded by the Honorable Deputy Majority Leader and Member for Old Yundum Constituency. Thereafter, pursuant to Order 86-6 of the Standing Orders, the sitting was adjourned to give honorable members adequate time to review the document accordingly. Accordingly, the Office of the Clerk, with support from partners, engaged members on a retreat for an expert and technical scrutiny of this important document. Honorable members, I wish to remind this Assembly that the estimates before us today are not mere numbers. They are a blueprint for progress, a testament to our commitment to economic prudence, social justice, and sustainable development. Crafting a budget requires foresight, diligence, and a deep understanding of the needs of our diverse population. It is a delicate balancing act wherein we must allocate resources efficiently, addressing pressing concerns, and invest in the future without burdening our citizens unduly. Honorable members, in addition, and in accordance with Standing Order 84, various committees of this Assembly considered budgets of sector ministries and other institutions to determine and make recommendations regarding their budget allocations to FPAC. Accordingly, before the debate would commence, FPAC shall today lay their consolidated report before the Assembly, pursuant to Order 84-2B of the Standing Orders. Honorable members, this report will guide the debate as well as the Committee of Supply in the coming days. Honorable members, on that note, I wish to thank you all for your dedication and commitment to duty so far during this marathon session, which started since Friday, the 15th of November 2024. I thank you all. Clerk, may we proceed? Communication from the chair. We've just done that. Correction and approval of records of votes and proceedings of the National Assembly sitting of Friday, 15th November 2024. Thank you. Honorable members, the record of votes and proceedings of the National Assembly sitting of Friday, 15th November 2024 is before us for consideration and approval. Can any honorable member please move that the said record of votes and proceedings be considered and approved? Honorable Member for Opanyumi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. Honorable Speaker, I rise to move that the record of votes and proceedings of the National Assembly sittings of Friday, 15th of November 2024 be considered for correction and approval. Thank you.
Any seconder, honorable member? Honorable member for Basse.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to second the motion.
Thank you very much. It has been moved and seconded that the record of votes and proceedings of the National Assembly sitting of Friday, 15th November 2024 be considered and approved. Honorable members, we all have copies of the said record of votes and proceedings, and as usual, we will look through it page by page, beginning with page 1, where you will invite your comments and observations. Page 1. Honorable member for Woodley East.
Yes, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, page 1, motion. On the motion, line 2, where it says 1st January and 31st December. I think we should maintain what we have been doing, 1st January to 31st December 2025, rather than an. But it will imply that it is the 2 days instead of the whole year. Thank you.
I think you are right. In fact, 1st January and 31st December only means these 2 days. 1st January to 31st December. Please note that. Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Woodley East. Honorable Member for Bakau.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. On top where you have the assembly conveyed 27 minutes after 10 o'clock, instead conveyed at is missing. Where you have the assembly conveyed at on top.
The assembly convened 27 minutes after 10 o'clock. It should be? Wait, you said, I'm not getting you. The assembly convened at, the at is missing. Yeah. Okay, thank you very much. Honorable members, any more on page 1? We now move to page 2. Honorable member for Talending.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Speaker. I observed that there is no column for absent with permission, and there were members who were not with us on official assignment. Okay. Is there? Okay, it's there. I misread it.
Honorable member for Talending, you have seen the list? Yeah, okay. It looked like all members were either present or absent with permission. I don't know. The last line on? Yes. Yeah, we've seen it. The following members were absent with permission. What about those who were absent without permission? I'm saying they said there was none. There was no absentee without permission. Honorable members, we now move to page 3. Honorable member for Woodley East.
Yes, thank you. Just the same mistake that I cited in page 1 on the motion. We do the same correction there. Instead of "and," we put 2. 31st January 2.
Honorable members, under motion number 3, 31st January and 31st December. It should be 1st January to 31st December. Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Woodley East. Any more on page 3? We now move to page 4, Honorable Members. Honorable Member for Woodley East.
Yeah, thank you. Just as line 2 of page 4, where I put Article D before Honorable Alhaji S. Dabo. I think we can delete that one. Second line of page 4 under Friday, where you say the Honorable Alhaji S. Dabo. So I'm suggesting we delete the Article D before the Honorable. And we just say Honorable Alhaji S. Dabo. And
second line on page 4. To move his motion, D should be out. Honorable Alhaji S. Dabo, Minority Leader, it continues. Huh?
yeah.
Yes, go ahead.
And if you go to paragraph 3, just a typo, the last letter, the last word there, which is meta, should be matter instead of meta. Yes.
Third paragraph, last word, M-A-T-T-E-R, not M-A-T-E-R.
Honorable Speaker, below Order 13.1, I say below Order 13.1, upon resumption of the Assembly, the Honorable Speaker invited the Honorable Minister for Finance and Economic Affairs to offer his apology to the National Assembly without any explanations for the late tabling of the estimate of revenue and expenditure of the Republic of the Gambia for the fiscal year 2025, 1st January to 31st December 2025. The request was made for apology, and the minister indeed apologized, but that is not reflected here.
Speaker invited the minister to apologize, and the minister did apologize. Huh? And what about this other one? The last revenue and expenditure of the Republic of the Gambia for the fiscal year, instead of 2025, why don't you say for the fiscal year 1st January to 31st December 2025? Huh? Yeah. The first 2025 should go out. Any more on page 4? Honorable members, we now move to page 5. Honorable member for Lower Saloon.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. It's the same place where the minority leader reads the minister's apologies. Honorable Speaker, I think the table office could have helped you on your ruling. Basically, the ruling could have ruled clause 8 of the standing orders. If I may read, that should capture and address the fear of this apology. Honorable Speaker, if you allow me to read, clause 8 of the standing orders, in the case of where matters are not expressly provided for by these standing orders, and caution on procedure or orders shall be decided by the Speaker. 2, the decision made a paragraph 1 shall be based on constitutional and status law. Honorable Speaker, the essence of the Speaker, the Honorable Minister making this apology, after the delay of laying this estimate, there was no provisions that give you mandate or a provisions that after failing doing so, there should be a constitutional provision that members should act on. You make this ruling based on there was no provision in the constitution, neither the standing orders, and you take your discretion to make that ruling for him to make an apology. If that is possible, we can come to it.
Honorable, Honorable, I think that is an explanatory part of it. The ruling is the assembly we recognized that there was a violation, and to which the Honorable Minister apologized. Our ruling had no constitutional provisions. It was not asking that whether something should happen or not, or it should be interpreted. No. All what we do know is that, just as what you said, the law provides that the estimates should be tabled 60 days before the end of the year, which was violated. But there were no provisions to say that if we miss that deadline, there should be no tabling of the bill. I know some of these comments may be as a reaction to certain comments outside, but to the best of our knowledge and to our ability, I think we have done the right decision. Honorable members, on page 5, any more on page 5? Okay. Honorable members, thank you very much. Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the record of votes and proceedings of the National Assembly sitting of Friday, 15th November 2024 be approved with amendments. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. Where is the... Honorable members, if you look at the order paper, you observe that after communication from the chair, we have we approve the record of votes and proceedings. It goes to laying of papers and reports. Have you seen it? And the first reading of the two bills comes at the end. That's what is provided for by the standing orders. Honorable members, but by powers vested in the Speaker, by Order 14.3, we want to reverse the order paper so that the first readings are, we just do the first readings, and from there we go to the laying of the papers and reports. To this end, I now invite the clerk to proceed.
Bills.
Order 65, first reading. Waste Management Bill 2024 by the Honorable Minister for Environment, Climate Change and Natural Resources.
Honorable members, in accordance with Order 65, only the first reading of the Waste Management Bill 2024 will be done today. Therefore, I will now invite the Honorable Minister for Environment, Climate Change and Natural Resources, that's the person in charge of the bill, to hand over a copy of the bill to the Clerk of the National Assembly, who will read aloud the short title, whereupon the bill shall be deemed to have been read a first time. Honorable Minister.
Waste Management Bill 2024.
Thank you. Honorable members, the bill has been read a first time. The next stage of the Waste Management Bill 2024 is appointed for Saturday, 7th December 2024, for the person in charge of the bill to move a motion for the second reading in accordance with Order 66-2, which reads, at the conclusion of the proceedings on the first reading or on any subsequent stage of a bill, the next stage may be taken either forthwith or upon a day to be named, providing that second readings shall be taken no sooner than 1 working day after the first reading. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Clerk, may we proceed?
Personal Data Protection and Privacy Bill 2024 by the Honorable Minister for Information, Media and Broadcasting Services, being represented by the Honorable Minister for Tourism and Culture.
Okay. Honorable members, in accordance with Order 65, only the first reading of the Personal Data Protection and Privacy Bill 2024 will be done today. Therefore, I will now invite the Honorable Minister for Tourism, who is stepping in for the Honorable Minister for Information, Media and Broadcasting Services, to hand over a copy of the bill to the Clerk of the National Assembly, who will read aloud the short title, whereupon the bill shall be deemed to have been read a first time. Honorable Minister.
Data Protection and Privacy Bill 2024.
Honorable members, the bill has been read a first time. The next stage of the Personal Data Protection and Privacy Bill 2024 is appointed for Saturday, 7th December 2024, for the person in charge of the bill to move a motion for the second reading in accordance with Order 66-2, which reads, at the conclusion of the proceedings on the first reading or on any subsequent stage of a bill, the next stage may be taken either forthwith or upon a day to be named, providing that the second reading shall be taken no sooner than 1 working day after the first reading. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Let me thank the 2 ministers who have just handed over the bills for the first reading. Thank you very much. Clerk, may we proceed now?
Laying of papers and reports. Consolidated report of the Finance and Public Accounts Committee on the committee's consideration of the 2025 estimates of revenue and expenditure of the Republic of the Gambia for the fiscal year 2025, 1st January to 31st January 2025, both days inclusive, by the chairperson of the Committee of the Finance and Public Accounts Committee.
Honorable members, the 2025 estimates of revenue and expenditure was tabled by the Honorable Minister for Finance and Economic Affairs and seconded by the Deputy Majority Leader and Member for Old Yundum on Friday, 15th November 2024. Therefore, honorable members, we are to commence the debate on the said draft estimates. In view of that, may I now call upon the Honorable Chairperson of FPAC to table the consolidated report in accordance with Order 84.2b for the consideration and debate proper on the 2025 estimates of revenue and expenditure of the Republic of the Gambia. Honorable Chairperson.
Honorable Speaker, may I?
Somebody? Member?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. I just want to make some point of observation. If it's, of course, it goes well with my colleagues here. Looking at the report, manifest from the estimate, and there's a debate on the estimate. And if we happen to adopt the FPAC report during the constitutional stage, there might be issue of amending or changing. So why not we debate the estimate and, of course, in tandem with the report together, because it's the same thing that will be happening, so that at least members' concerned will be taken care of both in the estimate debate and also in the report, so that if you want to make any adjustment or amendment prior before we take vote, we could, yeah.
Honorable members, listen to him. Let's listen to people when they are talking. Honorable, we are looking at the two together. The report of the FPAC, the consolidated report, is just giving us a summation of what they have received and observed and done that. But it goes with the estimate itself. That's your reference point.
There's two motions here. There's a motion on that also, on the estimate, if you look at the other paper.
There's
a motion on the estimate separately. So it means that there's two motions. Once you debate on the FPAC report, then when it's exhausted again, we are going to have another motion again to debate on the estimate as well. Yes.
Honorable Speaker, can I observe on?
No, but last year. No, we consider last year we were on the estimate.
Honorable Speaker, point of order. Honorable Speaker, point of order.
Honorable Majority Leader, I think you seem to have a point. We have them listed separately. That's the consolidated report, and at the same time, estimates. What it should have read was going to be one, is the debate on the FPAC report and the consolidated and the estimates of revenue and expenditure. That's going to be one debate instead of two on the agenda item. We are merging them so that when you are coming up, you can make references to the estimates informed by the, on the consolidated report, and you make reference to whatever you want on the estimates, because their report should be informed by the estimates.
Order, please. Order. Honorable, point of order.
Yes, please.
Yes, thank you very much.
Is it
yes, it's on the same issue, but just a point of order so that we can all be guided. Thank you very much, Honorable Majority Leader. I just want to refer the Assembly to Standing Orders 87 to 91, which I don't need to read. 87 to 91, which I don't need to read specifically. What the issue here is, Honorable Speaker, yes, that's what will guide us in this process. What happened last year is what we are trying to avoid happen here this year. Last year, I was the very victim until I was angry. It was said that when we adopt the FPAC consolidated report, we're going to make any changes, which you know that is not in the standing orders. And I agree with here. But everybody couldn't listen. Once we adopt the report, you will say that it's binding.
Honorable, I'm not getting you clear. You said, can we, all right, honorable members. Members, when somebody is speaking, please, allow the person to finish, please. Honorable member, yes, can you go ahead, please? Start again.
Yes. You see, we can, well, like the majority leader said, according to the procedure, the FPAC consolidated report, as stated in the Standing Order 91, which I will quote, 91.3, in considering the estimate, the Committee of Supply shall take into consideration the reported findings and recommendations of the Assembly committees and the FPAC consolidated report. But it is not specified anywhere that will say, once we adopt it, there is nothing that we can change in the estimate. We have to go dot by this FPAC report. That is something which is not provided for here. So we should be very careful about that, for it to not happen this year. So what the majority leader said, we joined the two, the FPAC report.
Honorable,
estimate.
You quoted 91. 91 where?
91.3.
91? 3.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. 91.3. Procedure in Committee of Supply. You understand? 3. In considering the estimates. Okay. You watch.
Yeah, I don't know. What you are trying to say here is there is no provision in the standing orders that can prevent us from making those amendments at committee stage. And you also quoted section 9213 that in considering the estimates, the Committee of Supply shall take into consideration the reported findings and recommendations of the Assembly committees. To take into consideration, meaning they should note it, they should know it. But it does not mean what is in those reports is what they should put there. They should take into consideration. I mean, they should also be informed by those observations. Now, yes, as you said and as he said for me, honorable members, the various committees report were informed by the estimates. Their observations and comments and their bilaterals with the various sectors. And those reports are now consolidated by the FPAC, informed by the estimates. If you want to debate the estimates separately and the reports separately, it's just going back and forth. So what we are saying is, on the order paper, rather than the laying of papers, on the laying of papers, rather than the consolidated report, FPAC alone to be done, and then estimates to be done, we now debate on the FPAC consolidated report together with the estimates. So members can make references to, whilst they are debating this report, informed by the estimates, they can go back to the estimate, make their inferences, references, and comments to inform us better why they are making those comments. Can't we do that? Yeah. Honorable members, I think probably we are all in agreement that we consolidate these things. If you look at Standing Order 86.7, the debate on the motion shall be confined to the estimates and the explanatory statement, together with the reported findings and recommendations of the Assembly committees and the Finance and Public Account Committee's consolidated report of the Assembly committees. Consideration of the draft budget. It's very clear. So now we look at the two together, and then members are free in their debate on the report to make references or inferences to the estimates. Now, can somebody move that we consolidate the other paper as one? Yes, Honorable Member for Kantora and Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving floor. I rise a motion for us to consolidate the other paper, board report, and estimate together.
Honorable Member for Nyani.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I rise to second the motion.
Members, it has been moved and seconded that we consolidated the other paper, the laying of papers, and the debate on both the estimates and the consolidated report of FPAC be done at the same time. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it.
Hello? Observation? What do you mean, no? Yeah, observation on the...
Who is making an observation? Observing who? Huh? I'll give you the chance. Go ahead, let's hear you.
Yes, Honorable Speaker, the information I get from the other paper, from the ABC, is that we are going to be given 10 minutes to intervene in the estimates. And now we have two things put together. Are we going to be given the 10 minutes to intervene, or we are going to leave members to openly comment on both the two, but at their own time?
Honorable Member, Honorable Member, the two are the same. No,
they are not the same.
Now, Honorable, the draft, the report, this report to be led by the minority leader is informed by the committee interaction with their sectors, which was equally informed by the estimates.
Inform us, the ABC informed us, did not inform us in that way. And then you gave people only 10 minutes to comment on both documents. I am saying, now let's remove the 10 minutes thing and then allow members to comment on both documents at their own time. That will be fair.
Honorable.
What do you mean no?
Honorable, an honest opinion is if you speak for 10 good minutes on a report that had been looked into by the various committees, looked into by FPAC, and you want to make comments on that for more than 10 minutes, then something has not been done. Nothing is done. Honorable members, what is your opinion? We maintain it. All right. Can we please proceed?
Point of order, Honorable Speaker.
Now, honorable members.
Point of order.
Somebody is talking. Huh?
Point of order.
Yes, honorable member, nominated member.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I'm rising on 91.3. 91.3. Although it is reading that in considering the estimates, the Committee of Supply shall take into consideration the reported findings and recommendations of the Assembly committees. Honorable Speaker, I'm rising on this order so that we can reconsider our earlier decision with regards to the point that was raised by Honorable Nyanija. Yes. The FPAC report is meant to build consensus and ensure that we have efficiency and productivity at the Committee of Supply. So the issue is it has to be binding. What we do is let us have a thorough process. No, allow me. Let us have a thorough process because the report is detailed. Once it is read by the chairperson of FPAC, let's debate on it. If you believe that the deductions here are not good or the allocations on the other budget lines are not good, we debate and we build consensus. If not, what will be its use at the Committee of Supply if you have to start the process all over again? So, Honorable Speaker, can I learn? You are not the Speaker. Are you the Speaker now? Let me make my point.
Honorable, the debate is for members to express opinions.
Perfect.
Different opinions on how they see or observe or comment on whatever is reported to them.
True.
Those comments are considered at the committee of the whole house. That's where we will now, based on those comments, we will now agree or disagree to either do what somebody wants or not to do it.
Honorable Speaker, I just want to complete.
Pardon?
I just want to complete. Last year, we adopted a mechanism. The mechanism we adopted was to build consensus before reaching at the committee of the whole house, based on the report that was laid and debated upon. And it worked. So nothing stopped us from emulating the same thing. So that's why I'm asking.
Honorable, I don't understand how we are going to agree on something during debate. I don't understand.
No,
that can only be done at the Committee of Supply.
Honorable Speaker, may I remind you that last year what we did was we allowed the chairpersons of the committees to sit down. They looked at the total deductions, agreed on where they would do the reallocations, came back and we adopted it. But here we are, all of us are members of committees. What I'm proposing is, once the chairperson lays it, members are here. If they feel otherwise on some of the reallocations, we can debate on it, build consensus, so that once we reach at the committee of the whole house, we would have done 90% of the job.
Honorable, but this does not prevent that thing from happening.
Point of order, Speaker.
It does not prevent it. If there are contending issues,
point of order.
The various committees can meet, and the various the left and the right, both sides of the aisle can meet and you come out with something, it still can be done. But it's usually not done at debate stage. The submissions, we are going to hear from the submissions done by the committees.
Yes.
We are going to hear it, and members are going to debate it, and we are going to critique it, support it, or whatever. At the end of the day, if you people, if there are dissenting views, you can go and do your consultations, and then if you do your consultations, you come and tell us. But now we have agreed that A, B, and C be left out, and C, D, and E be included.
That's exactly what I was saying, Honorable Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I want to refer the House to clause 70, sub 2. Yeah, 70, sub 2. 70. A committee of the whole assembly shall have the powers to make amendments to a bill at the committee stage, provided amendment includes new clauses and new schedules. So what we are saying right now, probably we haven't got to that stage yet, but I also am with the firm belief that what we did last year was a mistake. Committees' recommendation resolutions are just a template, a guidance to guide us in the committee of supply. But committee of supply is supreme body to legislate, amend, delete, and add. So therefore, anything we've agreed here is just a guidance for us to put it into consideration. Thank you.
Members, just like what the Honorable Majority Leader said, we are in a process. Reconciliation and debates and all these things are not conclusive. The only position where we can now go legally to amend or add or delete is at the committee stage. Now, if we agree, before the committee stage, if members agree on an issue that it should be there, at the committee stage we will say it. But if we say it, it does not mean so far we have earlier agreed. If somebody observes something wrong with that, and he comes out with a better idea than we have accepted, we still have the right to change it to that better idea. We will be informed by whatever agreement is done, but that is done at this stage. Yes, member for Latrikunda.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. What I observe is, as presiding officer, we have to be very careful. When we have our order paper before us, every day, day in, day out, people want to minimize work or to stop work by altering with the standing order. What the honorable member said is correct, and that's what I want us to do. Let's look at the report, agree on something before we get into the consolidated. Why do you want to put everything together? This is injustice, and we have to stop it. As presiding officer, you are records every time altering with the standing orders with the order paper when you come to the National Assembly.
Honorable member for Latrikunda, we appreciate and acknowledge your entry into the Gambia bar. Thank you very much. But we also know that Parliament reserves the right to alter, deviate, or do whatever it needs, guided by the standing orders. No court can determine that. So we felt that this should be consolidated. We have consolidated it, and it's right. It cannot be challenged. So please, let's try. Yes, Honorable Lower Salu.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I guess the nominated members should withdraw that point of order, Honorable Speaker, because our last year procedures was wrong, because it restricts members to participate on their debates and issues. As you said, the member for Kantora, today he is right. I know you have taken your medicine today. Let's proceed, and you rule on it.
Honorable members, now we have already consolidated the two reports. That's the estimates and the consolidated report. Members are free to make references or whatever, comment on any of them. One. Two, the debate, whatever may emerge from the debate, if there are issues that, from the look of things, we are not in agreement, Parliament, you people still have the right to consult and see whether you can reach agreement on any of those issues. Then at the committee of supply, you can bring it up because it was agreed. All the difference is, so far it was agreed. It does not mean it cannot be changed. If somebody makes an observation at the committee of supply, and that observation is looked into, and it has merits, more merits than what we have agreed on, we will be more than happy to change from what we already have to something else better. That's all what we are saying. I think we are on the same line. Can we now proceed then? Yes? Yeah, did I call the camera? All right, honorable members, I now call on the honorable chairperson of FPAC to table the consolidated report in accordance with Order 84-2B and for the consideration and debate proper on the 2025 estimates of revenue and expenditure of the Republic of the Gambia. Honorable chairperson of FPAC and a member for Bikama North and minority leader, please.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable members, to save time, I think after reading the introduction, I'll be reading the recommendations of the respective committees, then the general recommendation made by the committee that is FPAC. Our job as FPAC is to consolidate the various reports of the respective committees. In accordance with Section 152 of the 1997 Constitution of the Gambia, the Minister of Finance and Economic Affairs presented the estimate of revenues, recurring and development expenditures for the Republic of the Gambia for the fiscal year 2025 to the National Assembly on Friday, November 15, 2024. The Minister informed the Assembly that the budget is anchored on fiscal consolidation and strategic investment, representing significant step towards achieving macroeconomic stability and sustainable development. The 2025 budget estimate project a total revenue and program grants of $32.1 billion, reflecting a 24% increase from the previous year. This growth is primarily driven by enhanced domestic revenue mobilization efforts and sustained support from development partners. The government anticipates a 23% increase in tax revenue attributed to improved tax policies, strengthened compliance measures, and the implementation of digital solutions in tax administration. Key highlights of the 2025 budget include a projected economic growth rate of 5.8% supported by stability in macro environment and sustained growth in productive sectors. A continued reduction in the debt to GDP ratio expected to decline to 66% in 2025, down from 72% in 2023. Significant investment in human capital with a 30% average increase in salaries for core civil service employees and enhancement in allowances for low-grade staff. An allocation of $11 billion, that is 29% of the budget, to debt service, reflecting resumption of debt servicing following the conclusion of the debt service suspension initiative. A focus on key sectors such as agriculture, education, health, and infrastructure development, aligning with the recovery-focused National Development Plan. The ministry further indicated that 2025 budget demonstrates fiscal discipline with a projected gross deficit of only 198.32 million or 0.10% of the nominal GDP, the lowest in the past decade. This represents a 67 reduction in the budget deficit compared to 2024, underscoring the government's commitment to fiscal sustainability. As mandated by Standing Orders 81-1 and 84-1 to various committees of the National Assembly have scrutinized the draft estimates and prepared recommendations. These findings have been submitted to the Finance and Public Accounts Committee, FPAC, for consolidation. This report presents FPAC's consolidated findings and recommendations based on submissions from the various committees. The report is accompanied by an addendum detailing allocations and reductions to the various budget lines of ministries, departments, and agencies, and savings realized thereof. Honorable Minister, now findings on the respective committees and their ministries or MDAs. For the Office of the President, FPAC was able to cut 25,419 million from both recurrent and then the development respectively. For the National Assembly, 6.2, that is 6,250,000, and then 5 billion were cut from the recurrent and development respectively. Judiciary, the budget for the judiciary, because of constraint, remain untouched. And for Independent Electoral Commission, I think there's an error in this. Pardon? For the judiciary remain untouched, that is the 30,200,000 was reduced from the development budget. And for the Independent Electoral Commission, 86,101,303 was reduced, and then these are from different budget lines, where we have the 57,100, out of it 22,100 was reduced. For the National Audit Office, a total of 5,528,159 was reduced. For the Ministry of Finance, a total of 70 million.
Care.
Yes.
I think you read it so that we hear everything.
Everything.
Yes.
Okay. For the Ministry of Finance, the sum of 14,481,500 was reduced from the current budget, out of which 1,500,000 was subsequently added back. A total of 70,594,500 was reduced from the development budget. For Ombudsman, no deduction was made. However, the committee recommends to allocate 8 million from the savings to purchase vehicles for Ombudsman. Centralized service, the sum of 106,187,000 was reduced from this budget entity. The Ministry of Public Service and Administrative Reforms and Policy Coordination, owing to the inadequacies of the estimates, no reduction was made on any of the budget lines. For the Standing Committee on Defense and Security, a total saving of 33,250,000 was cut from the estimates of the Ministries of Defense and Interior and relocated to the budget of the Gambia Police Force, the Gambia Fire and Rescue Services, and the Gambia Immigration Department. From the Ministry of Defense, the committee recommends as follows: sufficient funding is requested to support the implementation of the review terms and conditions of the services of TASOS for the armed forces. And for the Ministry of Interior, The recommendations advanced by the committee, an amount of $3,500,000 should be allocated to purchase vehicles for the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Interior. Now, police, law enforcement, and crime prevention, despite the relocation of $8 million to the budget line for vehicles, the committee recommends an additional $7 million to complete the purchase of 2 trucks for the police intervention unit and pay for outstanding areas. Drug Law Enforcement Agency, the Gambia, an additional amount of $44,259,000 should be allocated to the agency to allow for recruitment of personnel. And for precincts, an allocation of $7,550,000 is highly required to be distributed to the following previously unallocated items: maintenance of equipment, $150,000, uniforms and protective clothing, $2 million, that is $1,500,000 for officers, and $500,000 for inmates. Training, $1 million to support the training of officers of tertiary institutions and other capacity building initiatives. Vehicles, $4 million for the purchase of new trucks and support to juvenile inmates. Rehabilitation, that is $200 required to support the training of juvenile inmates. And fire and rescue service, an amount of $2 million is needed to increase the purchase of fuel and lubricant budget line indicated to $11 million. Additionally, an amount of $500,000 is required to augment the estimated amount to $3,500,000 under the travel expenses budget line indicated. Select Committee on Tourism, Arts, Culture, Youth and Sports. The Select Committee on Tourism, Arts, Culture, Youth and Sports has made several observations and recommendations regarding the budget allocation for the Ministry of Tourism and Culture and the Ministry of Youth and Sports. For the Ministry of Tourism and Culture, the committee observed that the budget line operating costs appears in both current and development budget. As a result, the committee recommends that $2 million under the recurrent budget be redistributed to various budget lines in the recurrent as specified in the addendum. And recommendation. The committee strongly recommends that the Ministry of Finance and Economic Affairs disburse funds budgeted for subvented institutions to adequately cater for their monthly personnel emoluments and operating costs. For the Ministry of Youth and Sports, the committee noted that the budget line construction of office building appears in both the current and development budget. Consequently, that is the sum of $3,500,000 under the recurrent budget to various budget lines as specified in the addendum. The issues raised regarding the proposed salary increments, heads of satellite institutions under the ministry informed the committee that this increment will only affect the central government and not the subvented institutions. The committee also observed that the budgets for the subvented institutions under the Ministry of Youth and Sports, except for PRA, are reduced in 2025 estimates. This reduction affects all the OCs and some of the PEs. The various heads of satellite institutions under the ministry also informed the committee that the amounts approved in the various budgets were not disbursed to them as approved. The project coordinator of the Gambia Songhai Initiatives also informed the committee that an amount of $3.2 million was approved in 2022 budget for the purchase of tractor, but only $1 million was disbursed to them so far. In this regard, the committee recommends for an amount of $2.2 million to be allocated to Gambia Songhai Initiatives. And recommendation, the committee strongly recommends that the Ministry of Finance and Economic Affairs disburse funds budgeted for the subvented institutions to adequately cater for their monthly personal emoluments and operating costs. Now for the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs, International Cooperation, and Gambians Abroad. The committee observed that the ministry made total submissions of 15 million to cabinet for purchase of vehicles. However, there was an approval of 436 million, which was meant for purchase of vehicles during the OIC summit. In this regard, the committee recommends that 421 million be relocated to the centralized services and 15 million be maintained for the purchase of vehicles for the ministry. The company made total deduction of 95 million, 16,338 relocated the sum of 74,312,088 and made a total savings of 20,704,250. Standing Committee on Human Rights and Constitutional Matters. A Standing Committee on Human Rights and Constitutional Matters has thoroughly reviewed and scrutinized the budget of the Ministry of Justice and National Human Rights Commission with a focus on ensuring allocation of resources to meet their objectives. During the process, the committee did not make any cuttings from the National Human Rights Commission budget and recommended that it stand as part of the final estimate, and also no reductions were made from the ministry's budget. For the Ministry of Justice recommendation, the committee recommends an allocation of 60 million on the reparation budget line and support for victims. For National Human Rights Commission, the committee recommends that the Commission's budget be disbursed as it is, and the committee budget be disbursed as it is and on time to enable the institution to function better. For the Select Committee on Regional Government, Lands and Ombudsman and IEC, on the Ministry of Lands and Regional Government, the committee made a total reduction of 9,200,000 from the various budget lines. However, the reduction amount was allocated to the various budget lines that needed it most, as detailed in the addendum. For Select Committee on Environment, Sustainable Development and NGO Affairs, the committee was tasked to review the estimates of these ministries, provide advice to the Finance and Public Accounts Committee in particular and National Assembly in general. For the Ministry of Environment, Climate Change and Wildlife, on the Ministry of Environment's estimates, a total reduction of 1,425,000 was cut from 8 budget items, and all were reallocated to other budget lines within the ministry as shown on the addendum. For the Ministry of Fisheries and Water Resources, on the estimate of the Ministry of Fisheries, a total reduction of 1,050,000 is cut from the 9 budget items and redistributed as indicated in the addendum. Ministry of Petroleum and Energy, on the estimates of the Ministry of Petroleum and Energy, a total reduction of 1,770,158 was made on 12 budget lines, which is redistributed to budget lines like laboratory equipment and instruments and research and development. These lines are highly important to ensure the effective functioning of the Geology Department. Recommendations. Despite allocation of 1,270,158 to the budget line, laboratory equipment and instruments, the committee recommends further augmentation. That is, the department is making concerted efforts to maintain an operating lab to carry out in-house laboratory tests and analysis. Thus, the laboratory will need technicians to perform tests and conduct research. The department is also in dire need of following equipment, that is, complete SIF analysis set, petrographic microscopes and moisture tester, penetrometer used for stiffness tests. It is not that the budget line, that is the research and development, is fundamental for geological surveys and field activities. Allocation of funds to this budget line will provide technical materials for use in the mapping and survey of mining and quarry sites. It will also facilitate the work of the departments as follows: conduct geological mapping, an investigation for mineral occurrence vis-a-vis stream sediment survey and analysis of samples, conduct mapping to make an inventory of mining and quarry sites, monitor the mining and quarry activities countrywide. The committee recommends an allocation of $500,000 to domestic cooking energy and $1,500,000 to Platts subscription fees budget lines. For the Select Committee on Agriculture and Rural Development, the Ministry of Agriculture, the Select Committee has thoroughly reviewed and scrutinized the budget of the Ministry of Agriculture with a focus on ensuring the allocation resources meet the ministry's objectives. During the process, the committee could not make any deduction from the ministry's budget. However, the committee recommends an inclusion on the below budget lines and the PEs and OCs for the subvented institutions that were omitted. The following were the recommendations: $16 million for Walix PE and OC that was omitted to be from the savings made by FPAC. Nourish areas to social security amounting to $20 million to be tapped from the centralized service. JJC's areas of $553 million be tapped from the centralized service to pay the debt. An allocation of $700 million for capitalization of DGC for the year 2025 be considered by the National Assembly. Thank you. The Select Committee on Monitoring of Government Projects, Ministry of Transport Works and Infrastructure, the committee noted with disappointment the absence of the officials of the ministry. Thus, the committee decided to leave the estimates of the ministry as presented in the estimate. However, the allocations on budget item, Public Building and Facilities Management Authority, should be cut and relocated to FPAC savings. This allocation was intended to support the Public Buildings and Facilities Authority, which was supposed to be created after the passage of the Public Buildings and Facilities Authority bill. However, the bill is now withdrawn. Select Committee on Trade, Regional Integration, the Ministry of Trade, Regional Integration and Employment, the Select Committee on Trade, Regional Integration observed that the budget lines for GCC-PC appear twice in budget. Thus, it recommends the allocation of the budget line to various budget lines in recurrent as indicated in the addendum, and further recommends: 1. The committee recommends that the Ministry of Finance augment the PE of the Gambia Standards Bureau to a tune of $4,082,423.13 as it is merged with the Department of Way and Measures. Note that the budget lines of the Way and Measures are all zeroized in the 2025 budget estimate. The various heads of satellite institutions under the ministry informed the committee that the amounts approved in the previous budget were not disbursed to them. Thus, the committee recommends that the Ministry of Finance disburse these funds as it is mostly meant for PEs. For the Select Committee on Education, Training and ICT, the Committee on Education, Training and ICT convened a budget bilateral meeting with the ministries and satellite institutions under its purview. The meeting included representatives from the Ministry of Basic and Secondary Education, the Ministry of Higher Education, Research, Science and Technology, the Ministry of Information, Media and Broadcasting Services, and the Ministry of Communication and Digital Economy. During this session, the committee conducted a thorough examination of the budget presented by these institutions. Detailed discussions held with the ministry representatives regarding areas where budget allocation could be reduced as well as those requiring increased funding. The committee implemented several changes, including both reductions and increments to various budget lines, with the aim of ensuring a more effective allocation of resources to areas of greatest need. Representatives from the attending ministries provided concise explanation of the financial constraints faced by their respective departments. They emphasized the need for additional funding to fulfill their mandates and functions effectively. Ministry officials also highlighted existing debts owed to various institutions and appealed to National Assembly for assistance in securing adequate fund allocation to enhance the overall effectiveness of their operations. It is noteworthy that representatives from the Ministry of Communication and Digital Economy were absent from the bilateral meeting. As a result, the committee did not review or modify the budget for this ministry, leaving it unchanged from its original submission. This process demonstrates the committee's commitment to ensuring the judicious use of public funds while addressing the critical needs of education, research, and communication sectors. For the Ministry of Basic and Secondary Education, the committee recommends as follows: that under School Improvement Grants SIG, there is a shortfall of 32,015,577, and what has been approved this year, that is 2025, is below what has been requested as SIG is counted per head. The ministry requested 320,505,717.5, but 288,490,140 was approved by the Ministry of Finance. The committee recommends that there should be an increment of this budget line, that's the contribution to international organization, as the ministry owes WAEC over 600 million, and the current budget is below what is requested. The committee flagged there is a shortfall of 58.9 million under the budget line for school feeding, and it does not cater for the increment in the number of students in the schools. The committee recommends that the National Library Services Authority should be independent and not under the ministry. The committee recommends that the budget line for vehicles under capital expenditure be increased by 8 million, making it 12 million to enable the ministry to buy a coaster for low-paid staff and a vehicle for the National Library. The committee recommends that the budget line for monitoring be augmented to improve the quality of teaching and enhance effective monitoring. The committee further recommends that 10 million be added to the building and structure to complete the building of regional offices in CRR, and the rest be completed in the subsequent years. The committee recommends that 30 million owed to WAEC be paid by the Ministry of Finance. The Ministry of Information, the committee recommends as follows. 1, the committee observed that the budget line for education services, which serves as medium for disseminating information to the public, like the Mansakunda program, which cuts across all MDAs, is currently zero on the 2025 budget estimates. The committee recommends that the budget line for education services be augmented to amount requested, that is the 4,920,000. The committee recommends that the budget for consultancy be augmented as 7 million was requested and only 1 million was approved. The committee deemed this increment necessary because they will embark on developing a strategic plan for the ministry as well as hiring a consultant for the creation of the regulation for ATI and the Data Protection Act. The committee recommends for the budget line for advertisement and publication be augmented from 1 million to 6 million for the strategic management, and same line for information services, that is from 50,000 to 5,250,000. The committee recommends that the budget for the purchase of motor vehicles be augmented at 6 million was requested, and that is the 3.5 million was approved as the ministry is struggling with the issue of vehicles. Currently, the minister does not have utility vehicle as his vehicle is given out to run official functions. For the Ministry of Higher Education, Research, Science and Technology, the recommendations, the committee observed that allocation for technicians in the year 2025 was 1.7 million and recommends deduction of 1 million from the estimate to be reallocated to the budget line for open scholarship. This budget line has the biggest owing especially to the UTG. The committee recommends completion of payment for Lot 2 of the UTG Faraba Banda Campus project, which amounts to $8,060,681.84 US. The committee recommends that the areas owed to institutions, that is UTJ, Gambia College and USAID, and over 36 million areas owed to GTSC for the transportation service for the students to Faraba Bantan campus be paid, and for the Ministry of Communication and Digital Economy. The committee recommends that the budget be left as it is in the estimates. For the Select Committee on Health, Disaster, Refugees and Humanitarian Relief, the Ministry of Health, the Select Committee has thoroughly reviewed and scrutinized the budget of the Ministry of Health with a focus on ensuring optimal allocation of resources to meet its strategic objectives. During the process, the committee made some deductions from various budget lines, which amounts to 44 million. However, the deducted amount was subsequently reallocated to other budget lines as deemed necessary. In alignment with the ministry's priority and operational requirements, therefore the total additions proposed by the committee stand at 184,150,000. And recommendation, the committee recommends an additional amount of 40 million to meet adjustment made to certain budget lines to address the discrepancies in their PE and OC. For the Select Committee on Gender, Children and Social Welfare, the Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Welfare, the Select Committee on Gender, Children and Social Welfare has thoroughly reviewed and scrutinized the budget of the ministry with a focus on ensuring the optimal allocation of resources to meet its strategic objectives. During the process, the adjustments were made to certain budget lines, resulting in reductions of other budget lines amounting to 850,000. However, these funds were subsequently relocated to other budget lines as deemed necessary, in alignment with the ministry's priorities and operational requirements. And recommendation, the Family Strengthening Program, FSP, is strategic initiative designed to provide essential support to the country's most vulnerable populations with a commitment to disbursing monthly cash transfers of $1,000 per beneficiary to alleviate economic pressures. The FSP focused on 4 primary groups: individuals with multiple disabilities, elderly 70 years above, and orphans and vulnerable children, and female-headed households. The committee recommends an augmentation of 2.8 million on the budget line social welfare, and then the code special and technical materials as for disabilities and rehabilitation for proper implementation of its functions. The SWEET Plus is a multi-sectoral project funded by the World Bank to the tune of $25 million that's for 2023 to 2028, and implemented by the Ministry of Health, the Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Welfare, the Ministry of Basic and Secondary Education, the Ministry of Youth and Sports, and National Population Commission Secretariat. As of 2025 estimates, Its budget line is 0 under the Ministry of Gender. Therefore, the committee recommends an allocation of 1.5 million as counterpart funding from the government. On summary for the various deductions, Office of the President, 41,400,000, National Assembly, 11,250,000, the Ministry of Finance and Economic Affairs, 77,576,000, Centralized Services, 106,187,000, Judiciary, 30,200,000, National Audit Office, 5,528,159, Independent Electoral Commission, 108,201,338, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, International Cooperation and Gambians Abroad, 20,704,250, and finally the Ministry of Transport, Works and Infrastructure, 15 million. Other committees have done cuttings and then reallocation of all the cuttings. Conclusion: following a thorough review of the budget submissions, from the various institutions, ministries, departments, and agencies, that is MDAs, and after careful consideration of the recommendations put forward by various committees, the FPAC recommends the following. 1, that the chairperson of all the committees must attend subsequent validation of the FPAC consolidated report on the budget bilateral. Moving forward, all MDS must submit their staff nominal roll, fixed asset register, and all other relevant supporting documents to the National Assembly at least 30 days before their budget bilateral with committees. 3, the Ministry of Finance and Economic Affairs should conduct comprehensive revenue review across government institutions with a particular focus on self-generated revenues by MDS and implement measures to improve domestic revenue mobilization before 2026 budget bilateral. This was recommended last year, but no action had taken place. The Ministry of Finance and Economic Affairs should spearhead an initiative to replace existing street lights nationwide with solar-powered alternatives to reduce the government's electricity expenditure. 5, the National Audit Office should consider conducting a thorough review audit across all MDAs. And 6, the budget submitted by the Office of the National Security, ONS, should be restored by the Ministry of Finance. However, operating costs totaling 61,980,000 should be reduced to 49,480,000, and the capital expenditure at a tune of 12,500,000 should be reduced to 8 million. Going forward, the budget line for civil service staff loan under centralized service needs to be moved to the budget of the Personnel Management Office, that is PMO. And the Ministry of Finance will create a budget line for arbitration and court awards under the Ministry of Justice rather than under centralized service. Emergency relief budget line under centralized services should be transferred to the National Disaster Management Agency, NDMA, under the Office of the Vice President. The total amount of 436 million under the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for the settlement of areas should be moved to centralized services. Exchange concession allowance under ministry should remain untouched. The budget for the National Population Secretariat under the Office of the Vice President be increased from 15,170,000 to 18,600,000 to cover the cost of 2 international training programs scheduled for 2025. The budget for Ombudsman be augmented by 8 million to purchase vehicles, which was previously budgeted and omitted by the Ministry of Finance. The PE of the National Social Protection Secretariat amounting to 22 million be restored by the Ministry of Finance. An allocation of 6 million be allocated to the National Assembly for the purchase of staff bus and the 3,136,747 for the office equipment for middle and lower level staff. Under the Ministry of Trade, the Gambia Standards Bureau is to be allocated $4,100,000 to augment their PE. The PE for WALEC under the Ministry of Agriculture be allocated with 16 million. The PE for the Drug Agency under the Ministry of Interior be augmented to 18 million. Under the Ministry of Higher Education, the budget line for open scholarship be increased by 47 million, and school bus services to GTSC be increased by 36,029,209. Under MOPSI, 30 million and 32 million in respect of WAEC and school improvement grant SIG areas, respectively, be settled. An amount of 10 million be allocated to the Ministry of Health, 5 million to PEs, and 5 million for OC for Edward Francis Small Teaching Hospital. An amount of 2 million be allocated to trade, that is the 2 million to specialized and technical materials for disabled, and 2 million to family strengthening program under the Ministry of Gender. An amount of 200,000 be allocated to the Ministry of Interior for rehabilitation of juvenile inmates. An amount of 2,200,000 be allocated to the Ministry of Youth and Sports under Shanghai Initiative Project. An amount of 500,000 be allocated to the Ministry of Petroleum and Energy for domestic cooking energy. An amount of 3 million be allocated to the Ministry of Information under Education Services, and 2 million to Information Service Program. An amount of 7 million be allocated to Gambia Prison Service for uniforms and protective gear for inmates and services, and furthermore 2 million training for both officers and inmates, and another million for vehicle for transport of inmates, totaling 4 million. An amount of 2 million be allocated to fire and rescue service under the Ministry of Interior for fuel lubricants. An amount of 100 million be allocated to the National Road Authority for road rehabilitation. On that note, Honorable Speaker, before I conclude, let me seize this opportunity to thank the respective committees for engaging their institutions and their MDS during the budget bilateral, and the members of FPAC for their participation and contribution, more so the staff of the National Assembly at the Directorate of Committees for the tedious job that they have done during the course of compiling these reports at the level of the various committees and as well as FPAC. I thank you all.
Thank you very much, Chairman FPAC, Minority Leader and Member for Brikama North. Honorable members, any seconder? Honorable Member for Nyanija.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And then I rise to second the motion. And of course, want to take this opportunity to contribute to both the debates of the estimate and the report, consolidated report of the Finance and Public Accounts Committee. Honorable Speaker, first of all, I want to thank you and thank the Office of the Clerk, because we've done many bilaterals, especially the Secretariat and of course FPAC. We have done the bilaterals, and there are a lot of sacrifice that has been invested to make sure that the portfolio committees and of course FPAC do the needful, we do our scrutiny, and then come out with this wonderful report. So Office of the Clerk, thank you very much for the facilitation. And then Ministry of Finance too, thank you, because your personnel were around throughout from both the committees. Moving on to the estimate, Honorable Speaker, we are looking at a budget of deficit of 2.6 billion.
Somebody, yes? Observe what? Pardon?
The Assembly adopted the motion from the majority leader that we consolidate the reports. So the honorable member is contributing on the report from the majority leader. I think let's allow the minister to table the estimate, then we can make the contributions together. It's
the honorable member is commenting as agreed.
okay, it's okay.
Anything going wrong? Okay. Okay. And when you make observations, you observe the member. You should observe the member. The member should give you, not me. Yes, continue.
Yeah, thank you very much. I allow him to observe me. Probably I thought it's something, but thank you very much. I just want to tell you I'm in line. I'm debating on both the report and the estimate. Honorable Speaker, we are dealing with a budget of a deficit of 2.6 billion. And then our focus as legislators and of course as the approving authority for this budget should be, from my own point of view, how do we maximize revenue? How do we get more monies to make sure that we reduce the deficit if possible, and of course spend on the social sectors like health, education, agriculture, and so on. I think that should be the focus. And then from the minister's statement, there are things that I pick up there which entice me as a representative of the people. And then that is, first of all, the 30% salary increment. And then I think for this, we need to make some clarification, especially from the minister. The 30% salary increment, it affects those in the integrated pay scale, that is from grade 1 to 12, which is very clear. Of course, there are additions, there are some innovations that he brought up, which is the increment in allowances, that is from grade 1 to 8, which is also commendable. Because many a time, if you increase salaries, the upper grade cadre tend to benefit more than the lower grade cadre. But if that is done, and now the minister is coming up with this innovation of increasing the transport and of course the residential allowance for the lower grade cadre, I think is something which is commendable, and it will bridge the gap. It will bridge the gap from those earning grade 9 upward and from those earning from grade 1 to 8. I think it's something which we need to commend the ministry and of course the government. Honorable Speaker, moving on, we are dealing with an issue, a very critical issue right now, especially on some of the social sectors. We are presented here with a budget, like I said initially, a budget deficit of 2.6 billion. And of course, there are a lot of other expenditures, which that it affects all of us. If you look at it, the bulk of the expenditure is going to debt servicing, which I understand, according to the minister's statement, the debt deferral periods of some of the loans have elapsed and we need to pay. The other thing is PE, personal emoluments. You cannot employ people and you don't pay them. Once you are employed, you need to be paid. So that is also a burden on the government. Now moving on, saying the health, coming to health. Honorable Speaker, I have an issue, which that if I talk about it, it touches my heart. I am here standing representing people, and whatever that affects those people affects me. Just last week I was in Nyanija, and there are these community ambulances provided all over the country. Every constituency here have 1 or 2 community ambulances. As we speak, except Janyambure, Janyambure is one community. Every member of parliament and of course every district or constituency is a beneficiary. As of last year, the budget for riders for health under the Ministry of Health was the same amount as of this year. Going forward, these community ambulances were not captured previously. As of June this year, the Ministry of Health signed a contract with Riders for Health, capturing all these 80 community ambulances. And of course, the ministry is also purchasing some ambulances from donors and so on, 8 ambulances, including other fleets. Riders for Health is also bringing in new fleets to replace the old ones. So all these things put in place, and we are still maintaining the same budget. Honorable Speaker, if we approve that budget for Riders for Health assistance for 160 million, my community ambulance in Buduk will not benefit. My community ambulance in Jailan Pakadaji will not benefit. And you know the funny thing is, when I was in Yanija this week, when they know that I am there, and there are people who are sick, and these community ambulances were distributed there, and everybody was informed, if a member of the community is sick, these are the ambulances that will pick you, take you to the nearest hospital. I was there, the ambulance is not being maintained, it's not being fuel, and people were sick. What I need to do is I have to dig from my own pocket and fuel these ambulances. Can I sustain that? No. This thing, it cannot continue. I cannot be doing that every time I go to Nyanija, and likewise any other member. So we need to look inward and see how best we address this issue. It's not about health only, it's about us as representatives of the people. This is about our people, this is about their health, this is about their welfare. Whatever that it takes for us to make sure that we respect that contract, the Ministry of Health signed with Riders for Health, we need to do it to make sure that we capture these community ambulances. I will not be a party to this budget if that budget line is not augmented, because I know it affects me directly. Honestly, it affects me directly. Let's look at it and see how best we address it. Honorable Speaker, moving forward, I know there are some issues which you know that I have to thank my committee members and of course FPAC and of course the Secretariat. We've done a lot of internal rearrangement to make sure we address some of the PEs that are affecting some of the ministry, some staff of the Ministry of Health, and of course some of the hospitals. And of course, immunization services, which budget line was very good. I don't pray that, but if we don't invest money in some of the preventive aspect of health, we will not sit here today. Because if there's a disease outbreak tomorrow, all of us, we remember when we are here, when we approved the budget and there was COVID, all of us caught COVID here. So if we don't want to put money to buy vaccines, immunize our people, immunize people like me, people like you, we will come here and we will be sick and we will not be able to do our work. So let's put money in health, let's put money in some of these to buy some of these vaccines and make sure we prevent our kids. And these vaccines that we are buying, it's not like the government is buying. 80% of it of the expenditure is coming from Gavi, the Global Alliance for Vaccine and Immunization. If a vaccine is costing $100, $80 is being paid by Gavi. Government is just asked to pay that $20. Yeah. Why are we so reluctant to put in our money in initiatives that support our own people? So let's look at inward and see how best we address it. But from our committee, we've proposed, and then there is an amount, and I beg on the indulgence of this August Assembly, so please let's approve that augmentation to make sure that the Ministry of Health is able to buy new vaccines, for them to be able to purchase their vaccines. And of course, they emphasize on the early payment of these funds, because there is a deadline. If you don't pay, these people will not respect whatever agreement you have with them. So you need to pay on time so that they can give you whatever that they need to give you to. So, Honorable Speaker, I think that is very, very important. Honorable Speaker, moving on to the hospitals. Hospitals, they are PEs. You know, when the budget comes, the Ministry of Finance will give ceilings to the various ministries. This is your ceiling. So the Ministry of Health is very unique in that aspect. Part of that ceiling, they are personal emolument. Those who are part of the integrated space scale are not part of it, because that's part of the manpower budget. But hospitals, personnel in the hospitals are part of that ceiling. So whatever that they will do, if you look at it, more than 50% of their budget will go to the personal emolument of those people working in the hospital, whom we know that they are not part of the integrated space scale. And now hospitals have their boards, they have their whatever authorities that they have, they employ their staffs, they take nurses from the central pay scale, bring them into the various hospitals, and now every year the funny thing that happens is they are under-budgeted. Personal emoluments I mean here. You will look at it, they'll be able to pay until November, the last month, which the ministry have shared a letter with the committee, the last month of the year, that is December, they will have to resort to other means, taking credit facilities from credit unions, that's EFH is known for, and other hospitals. And we know that honorable members, as parliament, as representatives of the people, I think that is unacceptable. Whatever that it takes, let's budget and make sure we pay people. We understand and we appreciate the fact that hospitals are generating money. And I want to make it clear as chairperson of the Select Committee on Health, starting next year, every quarter, every hospital will report to us the revenue they are generating and how they are spending it. Because that is our responsibility as oversight committee. We need to make sure we know where they get their monies, how they get it, and how they spend it. You cannot be sitting down there, generate whatever revenue, and you employ whoever you want, and you spend your money however you want. That we cannot tolerate henceforward. We want to support the hospital to make sure they pay their staff, but of course, we want to put our eyes on how much they are generating and how they are spending these monies. Because these monies they are generating is paid by the people that we represent. So we need to put our eyes and whatever on it to make sure we balance this. Because you cannot be generating money and you'll be at leverage to spend it on anyhow you want. Honorable Speaker, that one I want to make note on behalf of my committee. Honorable Speaker, I think for the rest of the interventions that I have, I will want to reserve it for the Committee of Supply. But again, I want to re-emphasize and emphasize again, let's support the social sectors. I am not talking about health only, but agriculture, education, and of course, gender to an extent, road infrastructure. We need to support these sectors, please. Let's look whatever that it takes. We generate more money from anywhere that is possible and legal and put it to our people. And what is important most is, like I quote what the minister said one time, we can say whatever that we want to say. We can do whatever that we want to do. But if people's pocket don't have money, we will not agree with them. Let's pay people. This 30% salary increment is very good. And this increment in the allowances, transport allowance, and of course residential allowance for grade 1 to 8 is good. Let's pay people. Let people have money in their pocket so that they can be able to invest that money back to the communities. So whatever that is take, I will think is that this 30%, I don't know how they come up with this formula, but to me, I will even say total salary restructuring, or you make it a 100% increment or 50%, honestly, because I am here for the people. Whatever that the people want, let people be paid so that they can be go and buy a bag of rice, the secundas, and so on. So thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member for Nyanija. Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that this August Assembly do consider the consolidated report of the Finance and Public Accounts Committee and the estimates of revenue and expenditure on the findings and recommendations of committees of the National Assembly. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. Honorable members, at this juncture, I will now invite any honorable member who wishes to take part in the debate to raise his or her constituency tag to be recorded and will be given the floor to speak. However, before allowing any honorable member to take the floor, I want to remind ourselves of the scope of debate under Order 31 of the Standing Orders, which reads, debate upon any motion or amendment to a motion or upon any bill, part of a bill or amendment to a bill shall be relevant thereto, except in the case of a motion for debate on the adjournment of the Assembly. Unquote. In addition, honorable members, Order 86.7 of the same standing orders do guide us on how to debate on the annual estimates. It reads, the debate on the motion shall be confined to the estimates and the explanatory statement and the reported findings and recommendations of the Assembly committees and the Finance and Public Account Committee's consolidated report of the Assembly committees. Consideration of the draft budget. Quotation closed. Honorable members, I therefore appeal to members to respect and observe the said provisions of our own standing orders. Equally, honorable members, I want to urge members also to not only concentrate on the expenditure aspect of revenue and expenditure. We tend to consolidate ourselves only on the expenditure. You only spend when revenue is generated. And we know there are revenue drives by the various revenue collectors that has boosted our revenue. Can't we advise more? Can't we think more to see how we generate revenue through probably tax base, expansion of tax base? There are certain areas that are still not taxed. I don't have a right to comment from my table on, when I'm making my listing, honorable member. I am not on the debate. I say I don't, the opinion, honorable member for Wole East. What I say as speaker here is an opinion. I write it and I say it. What I'm saying is you are on the debate. I made general remarks earlier on the debate. And I'm saying you can expand these things. Let's not only concentrate on the revenue base. Which standing orders can you quote now to prevent me from saying that? So, honorable members, I want to urge you to expand. Let's not concentrate on one area. That's expenditure. We can expand and look at revenue and see what can be done for the good. Honorable members, you have the list. Huh? Honorable members, I am told that you will not be able to see on the screen the 10 minutes allocation and how it's being used. My information is that, pardon? Yes, my information is that I think it's now working. It's working. We have a lot of technical problems, honorable members. When I asked, I was told that these things now need to be changed. If we had known it earlier, we would have tried to see how it could be included for us to have better. You cannot communicate to each other if we don't have effective communication systems. Honorable members, now may I now call upon the honorable member for Banjul South? Banjul South?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think I will be very unfair to the citizens of this country if I do not clearly state, even though I am participating, I am illegally participating because the tabling of this budget is first and foremost illegal because this Constitution clearly states that it shall be tabled 60 days before the end of the year. And definitely it is not 60 days before the end of the year. But notwithstanding, I cannot excuse myself from representing my people, even though I'm doing it illegally. Mr. Speaker, I was told that you allowed, Mr. Speaker, if there is no provision, can we say that if Honorable Samba Jalo allows me to kill him, and I kill him?
No, point of order, point of order.
It is
point of order.
Kill me.
Yes, who is Nyanija?
Honorable members are referred to by their constituency, not by their name. Thank you.
He said they are?
I kill him. Will that make it legal? I think what we are doing, to be honest, is not according to the law. You, Mr. Speaker, you said that we should respect our standing orders, but we have totally disregarded the laws of this country, the supreme law of this country, which is the Constitution, by allowing the tabling of this budget less than 60 days. And I'm sorry, I would apologize to my constituency for...
Honorable member, please take your seat. Honorable member, if I am right, honorable members, you can say so. The Assembly was the first to recognize that there was a violation of the Constitution. Just listen, because for me, you are trying to misinform. No, just listen.
Do not misrepresent me. I am not trying to misinform.
Yes, I'm coming to the point. Please sit down. I'm coming to.
Can you withdraw that, please?
Honorable, please sit down.
No, please withdraw that. Thank you.
Honorable, sit down, please. You don't shout. The right you have to speak. Honorable, please be quiet. When I'm speaking, be quiet. Please. Honorable, what I'm trying to say here is, for violation of the Constitution or for that interpretation, that's not our business. If somebody feels that Constitution is violated, Parliament cannot decide that. You go to the courts, and they will decide on that. What we said is that, yes, we have flouted, Constitution has been violated based on the reasons adduced, and we said there is nothing that stops us from looking at the Constitution, from looking at the estimates of revenue and expenditure. Can you now tell us which section of the Constitution is flouted and which has told us not to continue and we continue? So, and for that, I think that is the...
Can I continue my deliberation?
Honorable, when I am ready, please. And for that, when that happens, that will be for the courts. Continue, please, and tell us.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am quoting the law, and the law is the law, and the law is fact. So I will appreciate if you withdraw saying that I am misleading. I am not misleading. I am stating a fact. And for the records, I am
Honorable, quote the law.
Mr. Speaker, can I just continue? Because I think you are...
Honorable, can you quote the law?
Section 152. Mr. Speaker, let me just continue because my time is...
No, I want you to quote the law, please.
152 of the Constitution.
And what does it say? What does it say? I will compensate you some minutes.
Okay, you will compensate.
And what does it say? 152,
okay. As amended.
Can we go ahead? 152. Honorable Woolley, let's please allow. Let's just allow her to make this comment.
Okay, 152. Let me read it. It's been amended. Hi.
Honorable members, please, let's listen to her, please.
The 152 as amended states, the President shall cause the minister responsible for finance to prepare and lay before the National Assembly at least 60 days. And the laying of the budget was done on the 15th. And let us count on the 15th of November to the 31st of December. It is not 60 days. And that is a fact. That is 45 days.
I said here.
But it's fine. Can I continue, Mr. Speaker? I respect your opinion.
No. We must clear this. No, please.
Right.
Please. You quoted this section. This was earlier quoted by members here. We acknowledge it and we know it. That's what, no, just listen, please. And that's what we said. I said, tell us now. Quote us a section of the Constitution or of the standing orders that states that in the event that the budget is not laid 60 days before, it cannot be continued.
Mr. Speaker, I'm giving my deliberation, so it is not for you to ask me any question. I put you there to I put you there to preside over the
When you misinform or you try to mislead me, I will put you down.
But you cannot ask me a question.
Then leave the issue. Honorable member. Honorable, no, be quiet. Leave the issue then and go into the debate then. Then you can go into the debate. Go ahead.
Speaker, maybe you are trying to cover yourself because according to the minister's speech, he said that you gave him the permission. Maybe you are trying to cover yourself from prosecution.
You see, you are misquoting again. Again to the minister. Honorable, just listen. Please, honorable member. Honorable, you are misinforming.
I begin by
the people
of the National
I will never give anybody any authority to violate, and our decision was read publicly here for everybody to know. You cannot come here. You were absent and you want to mislead us. That would not happen here.
I was representing my country.
All right, honorable, continue, please.
Can I proceed?
Can you continue, please, and then anything you say about that I believe is not correct or is in I will stop you. Continue.
Observation,
Stand my 10 minutes for me so I can proceed.
Honorable member, can I observe you, please, my dear?
Okay, can I proceed? Thank you.
You can proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Okay, I have done with that legal basis of the budget. Mr. Speaker, first of all, I would also thank FPAC, but before I thank FPAC, I will thank the Directorate of Committees with the director who has immensely done a good job, because yes, I wasn't here for the laying of the budget because I was on official duty for that matter. I was representing my country. Can you just shut up? Huh? Mr. Speaker, and also, not only did the minister break that, Mr. Speaker, the minister says here that he is also tabling all 3 quarters of implementation. Mr. Speaker, according to our standing orders, the VP of the minister shall at least once during each session make an oral ministerial statement on the budget implementation. That has also been flawed. And you know why we are having problems with the budget? Because we do not know the implementation rate. That is why somebody said that with the Ministry of Health, during the last month of the year, they cannot pay salaries. If the minister had adhered to that provision of the standing order, we would have known where we are on the budget and tried to rectify it. But it is very difficult if those that are supposed to implement fail to implement to the point and report to us so that we can do our oversight functions properly. Mr. Speaker, I think they make our work very difficult. But notwithstanding, I will thank the committees for doing good work and also appeal to this honorable assembly to approve the budget of the Gender Committee, especially the provisions made for the SWED. Because if you do not give that provision to the SWED, they will lose the contributions of the World Bank. And not only will we suffer, but the women and children of this country would suffer. Mr. Speaker, also the 10 million extra allocated to Ministry of Health, Mr. Speaker, not only would it help, Edwards Francis Small is the referral hospital, the only referral hospital in this country. If their budget is cut, it means that they are trying to kill people in this country. Mr. Speaker, for the Ministry of Education, the Ministry of Education requested 320.5 million for the school improvement grant. What did the Ministry of Finance do? They only offered them a mere 288 million. Mr. Speaker, the 320 million is nothing but a mere 0.8% of the total budget allocations. And the children of this country under 19 are 54%, and they are school-going age. It means that this government do not care about the children of this country, about their education. What is a country without education? What is a child without education? If they do not factor the children's education, this is for school improvement grant. Mr. Speaker, we have seen year after year the failure rates in all the WAEC and the GABEC exams, but they show that they do not care about 54% of these under-19 children that are in this country. That is why they are giving them nothing on school improvement, but 0.8% of the budget. I feel sorry for the children of this country. Mr. Speaker, I thank the Education Committee for augmenting the monitoring aspect of the education so that at least the ministry would monitor and improve on the quality. The reason I am standing here today, Mr. Speaker, when I went to school in this country, I never went to any private schools. The schools were excellent, and that is why I speak brilliantly. And I know everything because I am well educated, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think what we should do, because the schools are not good. Because the schools are not good. Mr. Speaker, education, health, youth and sports, and women affairs. Mr. Speaker, I think those should be well budgeted for. Because if we are not educated, we cannot represent our countries, we cannot perform. If we are not healthy, we cannot go to work. Mr. Speaker, youth affairs, the youth are the majority in this country. Mr. Speaker, women affairs, women are dying in this country. Why? Because when they go to give birth in the hospital, sometimes there's not even running water. running water in the hospitals. Mr. Speaker, what do? Are we allowed to just linger and die because the government misprioritized the meager resources of this country? Mr. Speaker, meet the people's store, 60 million. For what? To go and insult us? Come on. That's not why we pay the president to go. We pay him, especially after the rainy season.
Okay. Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Banjul South. I now call upon the Honorable Member for Latrikunda Sabigi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor, and I thank the Honorable Minister for presenting the budget before us. I also thank the chairpersons for FPAC and PEC for a very good job, and with their committee members. Honorable Speaker, the budget, this is the third consecutive year the minister is laying budget. That is always bad news for Gambians. Because if you look at the budget, I didn't see any portion that is going to alleviate poverty in this country. In fact, the budget is more to entrench poverty. And for me, the policy direction of every good budget around the world should be to minimize poverty in the country, but rather this particular budget is more of entrenching poverty.
Sorry, Honorable Speaker, point of observation.
Honorable Speaker.
Point of observation.
You cannot observe me.
Honorable, no. He is the only one who can give you.
Can I observe?
Honorable,
observe me.
Please. Honorable, if he allows you to observe him, that's fine. If he allows you.
You cannot observe me, Honorable Speaker. I'm on record that he cannot observe me.
That's what I'm saying. Now you make the determination. That's what I'm saying.
Thank you very much, and I determine. Now, Honorable Minister, for me, I was thinking this government is going to be frugal with spending. But the records we have before us, this government banned traveling before. I don't know what has changed. You raise your traveling budget from 374 million to 543 million. I don't know what has changed, but this government was very committed to minimizing or curtailing traveling in the country. Now you have increased that budget. Another aspect that is very disturbing and in fact very annoying is to see the office of the president meet the people tour from 30 million to 50 million. Honorable Minister, this is unacceptable. When you have cut spendings for education, for higher education, the scholarship has been reduced drastically. For me, this 20 million could have been committed to giving scholarships to Gambian than giving that to the office of the president for entertainment. Another aspect is the vehicle policy. When this coalition government came in 2017, there were serious people in the government that were pursuing this vehicle policy. So now it is now occurring to Gambians. When those serious set of people left the government, now there is recklessness all over. Because why will you increase vehicle budget from 138 million to 800 million Gambian taxpayers' money, Honorable Minister? When people are dying in hospitals, scholarships are not affordable to Gambians, but the government went ahead and snowballed the vehicle allocation from 138 million to the previous year to 800 million. And I urge this National Assembly to seriously cut this budget. If not, we maintain 138 million, but let's cut from 800 million to probably 150 million. Honorable Speaker, sometime I was discussing this budget with somebody yesterday. How will this budget be implemented? Because what I've seen, what the budget before us is not realistic. The budget before us is a bad news for Gambia. How will the Honorable Minister, in fact, implement this budget? honorable members are talking about salary increment, allowance increment of 30%. This is something that is, in fact, going to make life for Gambians very terrible. 2025, I tell Gambians, is going to be a very bad year for Gambia. It's going to be a very difficult year for Gambia. This is a year where the bag of rice might snowball up to 3,000 or 3,500 ashes. Because what is going to happen, government is going to hike tax on citizens. And if you have tax on citizens, what happens subsequently? The prices of basic commodities are going to rise. So the Honorable Minister, I want explanation on that, whether there is going to be any tax hike as far as this budget is concerned. Another intervention area will be SIG, School Improvement Grant. This School Improvement Grant, I have nothing against helping our parents, our uncles, our sisters to make affordable for their children, for education for their children from primary level up to high school level. I have no problem with that. But SIG, School Improvement Grant, is high time either the government to increase School Improvement Grant or to entirely erase it. Why I say this? If you talk to school administrations, you talk to principals in schools, this is not sustainable. It's not helping them. You go to some high schools, teachers are leaving, teachers are not motivated, especially these subvented high schools that government is giving money to. Teachers are leaving these schools because of lack of proper services. I visited a particular high school, there was no gas power, there was no electricity. I asked the principal, he said, because a government failed to give them the SIG. Imagine, you are teaching under a classroom environment without electricity. Lab materials are all not functional because of lack of electricity, because government failed to give them SIG. Let me tell you people one thing. The problem in this country is not lower education or high school education. The problem in this country is university education. Government should make sure university education is free and affordable to every Gambian. Not this so-called SIG. Every student is given, is it $1 or $2? This is not acceptable. So let government look at this SIG policy. If they cannot increase it, if you want to maintain or sustain this SIG policy in schools, you have to increase the amount. The amount we are giving to schools is not affordable. If it's not tenable for schools, and the schools cannot implement their programs and policies by that amount of money. Honorable Speaker, also the entertainment budget. I also realized the entertainment budget is raised from last year to this year. This is also not acceptable, Honorable Speaker. Why entertainment? What is good about entertainment? When Gambians want to achieve high university education without scholarship, but the government went further to increase entertainment budget. My last intervention, Honorable Speaker, will be to reinforce what Honorable for Banjul South said. I don't think what he said was wrong. There are 4 institutions of 4 persons involved in this, and nobody is going to escape the responsibility. First, the president is responsible, because the president should have caused the minister to come and lay the budget in the appropriate time. The Minister of Finance is responsible. The Attorney General, as chief advisor of the government, should have advised the president or the finance minister. It is time for you to go and lay the budget. Now, all these people come with their crippled legs. Now, the National Assembly gave them more fire by passing a budget that is illegal. So, for me, anything we are saying here, we are just saying it on illegality. Thank you very much.
You can take the legal doctrine to the courts and go and defend it. Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Latrikunda Sabeyi. I now invite the Honorable Member for Lower Salum. Honorable Member for Kiang West.
Honorable Speaker, colleague, honorable members, honorable Minister, and everyone here present. I'm glad to be back in Parliament after a long break and on this important engagement of our work as members of Parliament. Let me thank of the FPAC committee and various committees and the support staff for the great job they've done during the past week. It has really not been easy, but alhamdulillah, we've come back to this Parliament today to look at those consolidated reports. Honorable Speaker, I definitely want to look at budget from just 3 angles. Our resource person told us that budget is the life and death of a country. And this was definitely a statement that I think about numerously. And it is established to be true. Anybody could test this 1,000,000 times. This statement is factual. Budget is the life and death of a country. Honorable Speaker, but how is it life and death of a country? Honorable Speaker, we distribute our national resources among various subsectors of our country. And I ask them to go and implement, execute this budget. We have a role to play in this. And in some deliberations, National Assembly members talked so much about ministries, departments, and agencies. Of course. Honorable Speaker, as we hold others to account, we must first meet our own obligations. That is a responsibility of everybody. Before you hold others to account, meet your own obligation. We have an obligation. We have a duty as Parliament, as members of the Parliament. Of course, if the ministry does not report to us in the midterm that this is how they execute the budget, what prevents this August Assembly, each committee, to go out there to various departments and ministries and see what prevails in the fields and ask them questions? Summon the ministers and the permanent secretaries to come here. We ask them questions. We generate reports and put them to task. So for them not coming here quarterly, it's not an excuse to say we don't know what is happening. We have every legal means to know what is happening. Legislation gives us that power. Are we doing that? Honorable Speaker, one thing that we definitely need to make clear, if we want much resources to be allocated to the departments and ministries, do we assess the revenue those ministries and those hospitals are generating? And each of them are coming with legislations and bills to say, we want 75% of our revenue to go to us. Do we know that 75, that 100% revenue they are talking about? Can any honorable member tell me that? Edward Francis Small Teaching Hospital, a simple test you want to do is $6,000, $5,000. Do we know the sum of that from on the 1st of January to 31st December in a fiscal year? And they are requesting so many things. We want to blame the Honorable Minister of Finance for that, for not allocating them resources. Let's go to that hospital, the health committee, and see the revenue they are generating. They need to report to this assembly. Some people are complaining that ministries, we do not get our necessary allocations. Is it the Honorable Minister of Finance that tells you, this is what you put at travel, this is what you put at your project, this is what you put there? The loan sum is disbursed to you. You decide where to put it. You prioritize it. If you prioritize travel, you travel. If you prioritize to do something, you do it. And Honorable Speaker, talking about the legality of the job that we're doing, I think we, the Honorable Members of Parliament, should be good ambassadors of our people. And the integrity of this House It's not about the Speaker or any other president. It's about all of us. If we are doing anything illegal here, I think it's rather, if you think it's illegal, you excuse yourself. Because let me speak that without any fear of contradiction to the whole world and to this country. If there is any legal provision that says Parliament should not proceed on the consideration of the budget if the minister fails to do this, fails to come on the right time, then there we could definitely fall back on that legislation to do the right thing. But there is no provision that tells you, Parliament, what do you do when this happens? What do we do? We sit and wait until the legislation is done? Even a dot in this legislation, in this constitution, if you want to change a dot in the constitution, 3/3 of the members of this parliament must say yes to that. Do we sit and wait for that to happen? Simple amendments in this constitution, we cannot agree on it. Honorable Speaker, before I conclude, I think it's important we look at efficiency and the way we use the funds of our country. But I want to start with head count 1 in the budget. Members, you know the budget line head count 1. Office of the President. Office of the President. Honorable Speaker, if we are talking about the ministries, the example should be set from the Office of the President. Honorable Speaker, let me put this clearly. In 2022, the approved budget for the provincial visit for the President, His Excellency, was $6 million. His Excellency used actual 25 million. How many percent is 6 million of 25 million? $25 million. Honorable Speaker, in 2023, 10 million was allocated for this. 63 million, 63 was the actual. 63 million was the actual. Honorable members, you are sitting watching this. You don't want to talk about it. 63 million. And you are going in the field, talking to women, I cared about you. And in the middle of the fiscal year, you will come out and give a presidential order to the minister to impose a travel ban on people, when all the ministries have exhausted their travel votes. We want to blame ministers for that. When all the ministries have exhausted their travel votes, you impose travel ban. To go on media that the president is imposing this to ensure fiscal efficiency. Oh no, come on. Only those who do not know can be fooled, but we do. Honorable Speaker, now from 10 million 2023, we went to 30 million 2024, and he is on tour, not yet completed. Probably before he completes, it will go to 75 million and above. And the projection for 2026 is 55 million. The budgeted for this 2025 coming is 50 million. Which means before 2027, this can go to 100 million. And when we allocate 100 million, he can use 200 million. Because from 10 million to 61 million is an evidence of that. Honorable Speaker, I think this example should be set from the Office of the President. His Excellency should go with his technicians to look at projects and talk to people and see how those things are happening. Those too much of vehicles and the things that you go in with does not help our country. And I think we need to talk to him to stop what he is doing. When you are allocated money to go and talk to citizens, let him talk to citizens about the projects and programs, but not to go on politics in the field. Honorable Speaker, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Kiang West. I now invite the Honorable Member for Sabak Sanjal.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. I also wish to thank
the FPAC committee for the work that they have done, which will definitely make, which should make our work very easy. Honorable Speaker, I wish to join my colleagues to take part on this important debate, because I think this is the most important debate as far as Parliament is concerned. As stated by the Honorable Member for Kiang West, that the budget is the life and death of this country. So when you believe that we are doing something that is illegal by approving these estimates of 2025, what you believe is that you believe that we should, if we should not approve it, you believe that we should kill this country. That is what you believe. If you believe that we should not approve this, what you believe is we should kill this country. And if you believe that if we appropriate or if we approve the estimates, it becomes illegal, 2025 is coming. Inshallah, I believe that the National Assembly members seated here will definitely approve the estimates. That means the salary that you are paid for 2025 will come from these estimates. If you take it, believe me, you are taking money that is illegal. That's the fact. If you believe that what we are doing today is illegal, whenever your salary is paid, please give it back and know that you are taking some money that is illegal. There is no National Assembly member who is going to do that, I bet. So let's stop the pretending, Honorable Speaker. Let's stop the pretending and do the right thing. This is not a political platform. This is a very important institution as far as the state is concerned. And we are here doing the right thing. You see, I said it here, the Speaker's ruling was based on pro bono publico, to the best interest of the state and the nation as a whole. Even where the President is sleeping tonight, which is gazetted as State House, if the Gambia government should today notice that there is oil under that bed, the President, based on pro bono publico, will move his State House today. Let's speak the truth, my brother. This country needs to move and it will move. If you think that we are moving in the right direction and your ultimate goal is to see that that right direction will never work, move away from this Parliament. We are going. You see, you are talking of meet the people's store. It's a constitutional mandate, and it is the constitution that states that the President should go and meet the people, discuss with them and listen to their concerns. Now, if you want to limit that, look at what they are doing. Just of recently, I'm from Sabasanja. 3 districts put together for the President to go and meet them because of what? Limited resources. It's not correct. It's not right. You cannot jump Sabasanjal and go to Lower Salum or Upper Salum. We will not allow the President to do that. No. He has to come and meet the people of Sabasanjal, discuss with us and listen to our concerns and try to find ways of raising them and addressing them. Each constituency, each district. Yeah, because it's constitutional, man. So what are you saying? You want to tie the resources? No. Who is saying that let's cut our salaries here? None of you. Okay, let's reduce it. Let's move a motion today to reduce our salaries. None of you will do it. So let's speak the truth, my brothers and sisters. Who is going to say let's reduce our constituency allowances to move from here to go to Sabasenja? Or to move from here to go to Basen? None. And you say the President should remove those monies that he is spending to go and meet our people and listen to their concerns? We will never, never, never allow that to happen. Because our people are more important than any other thing. When somebody says increasing the salary is going to put this government on mess and the country on mess,
sometimes I don't know how people think. In September 2022, I raised concerns of budget, saying that the Minister of Finance should look at the salaries of low. I did not say it to be published in the media or whatsoever. I was saying it to the best interest of my people and the people that we represent. Today, if the minister is here to present a budget that is increasing the allowances of low-income earners, my brothers and sisters, if I do not say thank you to the minister and the government of the day, who should I thank? I will say thank you to the minister and we are going to support you, inshallah. We will support anything that has to do with emoluments that would increase the standard of living of our low-income earners in this country. Whatsoever it takes, even if we have to bring the ceiling down, we will bring it down to make sure that we increase the salaries of low-income earners. You see, you cannot cut the budget line for Ministry of Health. Health is very important and is very, very key as far as the life of an individual is concerned. And I am in agreement with the Honorable Member for Nyanija that we should at least try and look at ways of augmenting that budget so that our health sectors can be empowered. People have been going to hospitals without medicines. We cannot allow that to continue. Members have been debating. It is a concern to members because we are approached by our people that when they go to hospitals and clinics, they don't have medicine. Now, the minister has considered putting that as a very important line and consider it in the budget to improve the health sector. So there is nothing we can do other than to support that. And inshallah, I am very sure that all these members seated here today, who are not members that are haunting podiums, but members that are here seated when we are doing our work. Because last week, few weeks ago, when the minister came here to table this report, some members left this parliament and went and haunt podiums. We were here seated to listen to the decision of the speaker. And you came here and sat here telling us that we did something illegal. When you went and hunt podiums, we will not allow that to happen. We are not podium hunters. We are here to work for our country and to work for this country. And we will continue to do that. If you feel that the government schools are not good, why not you appropriate funds to them? Increase the funds for the Ministry of Basic and Secondary Education. Increase the funds for the Ministry of Higher Education. Instead of taking your children to private schools. You don't concern about those people who are in your constituencies and could not afford the money that you have in your pocket to pay for private schools. You are not having even... Sometimes when I think about these things, I think they are just simple imposters who want to be caught by the media and be published. No, I don't want that. Let me be caught by doing the right thing. That's the most important thing.
By who?
Speaker, I'm rising on a point of order. 29(5). No member shall impute improper motives to any member. The member is saying honorable members that are speaking are podium hunters. That is not true. No one is in this parliament hunting podiums.
No.
We are
Honorable,
on
please.
our duties.
Honorable, don't entertain
So
that.
let him withdraw that.
Honorable member,
Let him
please.
withdraw that. The majority goes all over the world. Are you hunting podium?
Honorable member for Woolly East. Woolly East, please. I was not expecting that from you. Honorable member, the relevant standing order that's to impute something into somebody's speech is not what he has done. He has not imputed anything into it. He's expressing an opinion. He's not saying that somebody said this. He is saying how he sees and how he feels. Yes, that's his opinion. Who said, please. which member said differently and he's misquoting him or imputing something into him. What he is doing is, he is expressing an opinion. Whether the opinion is right or wrong is another thing, but it's an opinion. So he's not imputing anything into any member's opinion. No, ruled out. Continue, please, Honorable Member.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, according to the statement that was presented by the Minister, this 2025 salary increment will make a total salary increase of 60% from 2022 to 2025. At least the 6th legislature of this Gambian parliament should be applauded. From 2022 to 2025, we have increased 60% of the budget of salaries. We should be applauded for doing that positive move. The government of the day should be applauded for moving with that move. These are things that we need to be looking at. You see, let's have a common goal in this country, and that is to see how we assess the issues, problems of people from whom we derive our legitimacy, and then we see possible ways of solving those problems and issues. That is the right thing we should be doing, and that is the right way we should be solving things in this parliament. Honorable Speaker, the time is almost up, but I will really need 2 minutes added because they have distracted me. Honorable Speaker, if you look at the productive sectors like agriculture, what can we do to make sure that we empower our farmers? What can we do to make sure that we provide them with the equipments, the necessary materials and equipments needed to make sure that they produce things that we are eating in our country? I think this is very key. There was a video that I saw, I think it's Jawel or something. Produce my time.
Honorable Member for Latrikunda, you are now a lawyer by profession. Nobody should tell you how to behave in Parliament or to follow the law. Please, avoid interruptions or shouting out. Please. Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Sabak Sanyal. Usually, when there are unnecessary interruptions, the technical staff, they stop the clock. Unnecessary interruptions. So I now invite the Honorable Member for Janjambure.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Yes?
I'm back on my seat.
Boy, I'm on my feet. You shouldn't intervene in that way. Sit down, relax. It's my time, please. Relax.
Honorable, you are getting out of order. Honorable, why don't we try to behave, please? I told you people, let's read our standing orders so that as we progress, we know what to do and how to do it. There are provisions for anything you want to do. Please.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. But then I think my colleague member should be addressed for interrupting me after giving me the floor. So as such, I think I am on track. However...
You see, these are the comments I don't like. You don't determine whether you are on track. It's I who determine. Please.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, once again. And also, I want to thank the FPAC committee and the Honorable Minister for doing a brilliant job by laying these estimates before us. However, My contribution is going to be, I think some of the members, it seems we don't even understand why we are here, because it becomes very disappointing to see members attacking their fellow members on their opinions. I think it is wrong, and the presiding officer need to address some of these problems. However, with the issue of the lateness of the Honorable Minister for laying the budget before us, I think we have a ground to say that there is no provision. Yes, there might be a lacuna in terms of what needs to be done if the minister fails to lay the estimates before us. Yes, there is a lacuna, but also there are clear provisions in our constitution that are meant to regulate the executive and every other public officer. So if we fail to do our duties as members, and we are here defending the Honorable Minister just because maybe he is a friend to us, just because maybe he is doing what we want, I think it's not just fair. We need to put things right, and just right. This is why we are here. What he did was a contempt to Parliament. If we fail as representative of the people to come up with a motion for a contempt, I think then we should...
Yes.
Honorable,
permissible interruption.
You are saying
the majority leader, the deputy
Honorable,
majority, and the... Yes.
What are you rising on?
Permissible interruption, provision 32, permissible interruption. Check your permissible interruption.
Now, honorable members, let's all look at the relevant clause.
Thank you.
Check 32.
No member
32.
Speaker.
Yes?
Yes.
32 what?
32 1.
32 1 what?
No member.
32 1 A, B, O, C, O, D?
Just 32 1.
32 1,
yes,
okay.
Exactly.
Okay, go ahead.
The majority leader, deputy majority leader, and the chief of the majority come constantly.
No, you are. What is your point there? Read it.
They are disturbing people, Honorable Speaker. No member, except the Speaker, shall interrupt another member.
But is that what this is referring to? That you can do that?
Who? Honorable Speaker, I rose on the point of order. If you listen to me, you understand. I said I am rising on point of order 32 sub 1. The majority leader, deputy majority, and the chief of the majority are disturbing people constantly. That's my point of order. Huh? I don't have let them play the video. Please, let's behave well, please. You keep disturbing people. Who? No, I didn't see him. I didn't see him. I could have told him if I see him. Even though today he's...
What you read is 32, and that is referring to permissible interruptions. Permissible interruptions. Here what it means is that, nobody should intervene, should interrupt except the speaker. Now this is allowing members to interrupt, so that you can rise to a point of order, even without the speaker's permission, to rise up because something is going wrong. That's the clause here. Now, listen, that is what this provision is for. This provision is just to indicate to you that any member, except the speaker, even not the speaker, any other member, is permitted to interrupt on a point of order because something is not going by the law. That has no relevance to what he is quoting. Not this section. Honorable member, can you continue, please?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Just to re-echo, for me, my advice is it will be very important as representatives for we to understand why we are here. as the representatives of the people. I don't think it should be about favorism. We have seen a couple of times when ministers will come before us and they would be at the fault, and we will kind of use all other approaches to ensure that we put some of those ministers in order. So for me, no one should be exempted when you are at default in terms of what your responsibilities are. Honorable Speaker, I want us to look at the report from FPAC, and I want us to look at the Ministry of Defense, because it seems year after year we kept increasing allocations for the Ministry of Defense. And it is a ministry that cannot even execute their policies as expected. We can vividly recall there was even a court order for the ministry to execute. They couldn't until today. And we are here giving them more money. What are we telling some of these ministries is, do what you like, anytime you come, we will give you what we want. It's a clear manifestation, and this is what is happening. Let's look at the Law Drug Enforcement Agency. Also in the report, it is recommended that let them be given some increment in order for them to embark on their annual recruitments. Yes, it is fair to give the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency more money. But again, are we asking the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency some of the drugs that they seize in this country, where they are putting it? Just a few days ago, I think they said they were destroying some drugs that were captured. But again, all that was seen, even the publication made by the Ministry of Interior, was for the matter to be probed. All that we see was, or we saw was, exchange of evidence, and we are still giving them more money. And I think a year or two ago, we agreed in this very National Assembly that our budgets are going to be guided by programs. Program-based budgeting is what we agreed upon, but it's not happening. I'm not even sure if that department in the National Assembly is really getting the required support from us on the basis of the allocations that we are making. So we cannot say today, after a year or after a few months, we forget about we forget about some of the things that we agreed upon. The Ministry of Youth and Sports, the increment for 2025 is just 0.3. Yes, we understand that the excuse have been the Youth and Sport levy. Fine. It is something that one could rely on, but also it will be very, very important, very eminent for government to give focus to the Ministry of Youth and Sports, considering the fact that most of our young people are migrating day in, day out, and most of them are losing their lives either in the deserts or in the ozone. What can we do for our young people? It was just a month or two ago that we signed an agreement to get our young people to exodus either to Saudi Arabia or to Spain without even understanding the conditions attached. Unfortunately, it has been politicized. From the National Assembly here, we have been seeing queues of 30, 40 people queuing in a particular office doing the recruitment. Are we rubber stamps as National Assembly members? Should we make laws with our right hands and use our wrong hands to violate those laws? We need to check the way and manners that we are running this country. And the situation of our young people is really in a dilemma. Let's look at the National Youth Council. They don't even have an office complex. Where they are occupying is on rental. Let's look at PIA. Let's look at NEDI. Let's look at NYSS. What are we offering these institutions? All that we are banking on is the Youth and Sport levy, either from the GSM operators or from the fuel pumps. And we don't think that is enough. If government really is committed to youth empowerment I want to advise that at least a minimum of 10% of our budget to be allocated to the development and empowerment of our young people, not otherwise. Let's look at agriculture. Let's look at agriculture. If you're talking about program-based budgeting, it's important that we look at our social sectors. And agriculture turned out to be a ministry that really needs support. During the president's tour, farmers were expecting that there will be an increment in the purchase of peanuts or groundnuts. But it is the opposite. The prices still remain the same. If we are increasing salaries for civil servants, we should do the same for farmers, because they don't expect a pay at the end of the month like the way we are paid at the end of the month. So I want to challenge this National Assembly to give priority to agriculture. Let's look at the Ministry of Health. There is a little bit increment on their budget, but again, I don't think that is sufficient. Like in my own constituency, I helped to take an ambulance there. Until today, the ministry don't have a budget to allocate my constituency fuel and other resources to get that ambulance running. Therefore, I want to challenge this National Assembly to increase allocations for Ministry of Health.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Janjambure. I now invite the Honorable Member for Sami.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. I want to thank FPAC. I also want to thank the committee clerks and various ministries for coming to the bilateral. Honorable Speaker, this is one of the most important things, that is budget. As other speakers said, it is the life of the people. Nobody can go without proper budgeting. Honorable Speaker, in 2017 to 2021, this Parliament used to have more time on budget issues. 1 week, in fact, we used to go up to Tendaba. Members have more time with the budget. But, Honorable Speaker, the way we are going, it seems things are going down. Honorable Speaker, because only 3 days, how do you expect members to know about this budgeting? I think we should look at that. Honorable Speaker, when we look at the overall budget compared to last year and this year, last year it was about 42 billion. This year is about 52 billion, Honorable Speaker. One may ask, what made that high jump? The minister needs to explain what made that high jump. Honorable Speaker, everybody here is entitled to your opinion. Honorable Speaker, when we look at both the FPAC report and the budget, there is something there that we call salary increment of 30%, especially for low earners from grade 1 up to grade 8. It's commendable, Honorable Speaker. But the sustainability is very, very important, Honorable Speaker. That's very, very important. We don't want, and most of the time, Honorable Speaker, this affects the teachers. It affects the teachers more than any other sectors. And we don't want this time, because we are with our teachers. We are with them, we know. Anytime they have problems, we know it. Let them make things clear so that everybody will have this 30%. And as FPAC recommendation, the subvented institution, the finance minister should make sure that those ones also, they have this 30% increment. And also their allowances, because it affects both salary and allowances from grade 1 up to grade 8. So they should also have it. Honorable Speaker, when we look at the budget, you look at various sectors, you realize that especially the social sectors like agriculture, education, health, those ones, if you, especially agriculture, look at it, 900 million plus. Honorable Speaker, agriculture, we used to say agriculture is the backbone of our economy. But nowadays, this country is a tax base. It's a tax-based economy, Honorable Speaker. And we should be very, very careful, Honorable Speaker. You know, if people have food, they will be comfortable. So that should show to this present government, we should put more on agriculture so that we have food for our people. If we don't do that, Honorable Speaker, there is going to be a problem. And you see, we have to look at strategies, ways, how we can have food. We should not just leave it in the hand of individuals. The government should come in to improve agriculture. And they should not forget about animals. Honorable Speaker, anytime I talk of agriculture, I talk about animals. Because if you look at the budget of agriculture, you realize that some of part of it goes to crops. And it's climate, crop production, it's climate change. If you forget about animals, when there is no bumper harvest, what will happen? And you don't take care of the animals, what will happen? There is going to be problems. So I think, honorable members, let's look at agriculture properly. Let's look at agriculture. Honorable Speaker, education is the key to success. Looking at the budget lines for SIG, School Improvement Grant, these are, we are told that this SIG is not paid on time. It's not paid on time. And if it is not paid on time, you find it difficult to do operations as it should be. So when others are saying that, no, we should look at SIG, Section 30 indicates that everybody have right to education. So we should look at it on timely payment of SIG. It's very important. Honorable Speaker, if you go to school furniture, even what is budgeted for furniture is very low. Go to some schools, furniture is a problem. Even structures, some schools is a problem. We don't have to depend everything on donors. We should at least take some part. Because if you spend much, if you depend much time on these donors, when they don't come in, what will happen? You suffer. Honorable Speaker, science labs, what is budgeted is 10 million under their development, Honorable Speaker. And this one also, they have to prioritize it. They have to prioritize it by looking at least every constituency or every district where there is a high school, you look at that high school, let them have a science lab. Before some people will leave all the way from far places to come to Combo here because he or she wants to do science. We have to look at those things. We prioritize. We know that Rome was not built one day, Honorable Speaker. We all know that. But we have to prioritize some of our things. Because not everybody wants to come over here. Sometimes accommodation is an issue. Honorable Speaker, examination. White, grade 9 or grade 12. This year, grade 9, their results was late. Why? Because they owe WAEC 30 million. And they need to pay it. We should not try to run into those things. It affects the students. So we should try to look at those things. Honorable Speaker, higher education. Even that one also, Honorable Speaker, we have to prioritize certain things. In terms of even looking at skill centers, in certain regions, it is not there. So those should be considered. Honorable Speaker, in FPAC, their report, they said they want to construction of
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Same constituency. And I invite the Honorable Member for Bakau.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and I thank you very much for giving me the floor. Honorable Speaker, before giving my small observation on the budget, I think I have to express my disappointment with some members. Yes. Honorable Speaker, through you, I want to emphasize that this august body belongs to no body, but for all Gambians. We are all representing different constituencies. So when we are here on those lines, our opinions have to be respected. Either you like it or not, it must be respected. So when we are called honorable members, we should behave honorably. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, having gone through the budget, I have made a few observations of which is very disturbing. Disturbing in the sense that our budget is dependency. Dependency in this sense that it's on loan and on grants. So if we call ourselves an independent nation, should we behave like an independent nation or not? Honorable Speaker, having understand the budget, I understand most of our budget is going to be on debt service. 27% of our budget, 29, thank you, will be on debt service. If this is the issue, how realistic is this budget, Honorable Speaker? Honorable Speaker, having said that, I'll start with the head, that's the President's office. On 2023, The actual was 831 million. The approved was 872 million. And 2025 estimate goes to 1 billion plus, with no explanation, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, through you, I want to engage the Finance Minister to justify this allocation, since he is the financial advisor to the government. I would want to hear from him how justifiable is this budget. Honorable Speaker, when you talk of the development budget of the President's office, it rises from 135 million to 204 million. Honorable Speaker, it's been indicated that the President have constitutional powers to go on yearly meet the people tour. That's very right. Nobody can abuse that, or nobody can go against that. But when an amount of 10 million, 9 million is allocated for that tour, we are made to understand that 50 to 60 million is being spent on one tour. Where is the justification as the minister responsible for finance? Honorable Minister, some members would put their blame on the President's office, but I say no to that. I'll put my blame on you as the Minister of Finance, because you are the one who is giving out those finances for tours. When 10 million is allocated and approved, more than that amount is being spent. And what's your advice on that? And honorable members would want to hear from you on those issues, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, it's just recently that we've ratified an agreement between a labor agreement between the Gambia and Spain. We're talking of labor agreement for our youth to leave the country and go and serve another country on agricultural labor. If we call ourselves a serious government, why is the government not putting more money on agriculture in order to keep our youth stay in the country and engage them when it comes to such labors? I see no reason why we should keep our youth to go and give their services to other countries on labors, on agreements that we can create similar one in the country. Honorable Speaker, through that I want to emphasize that to the Minister responsible for finance for such creation in the country. Honorable Speaker, having gone through the budget, I've seen the allocations for Finance Ministry. The Finance Ministry's development budget alone is bigger than 4 or 5 ministries combined, and those are sensitive ministries. When we talk of ministries like Interior, Defense, Education, Youth and Sports. These are all ministries that are key in our nation. So if one ministry's development budget is far more bigger than these 4 combined ministries, are we serious as a nation? We have no program for our youth, and the minister cannot justify that development budget allocated for his own ministry. What sort of development are you talking of, Honorable Minister? We want to know. The nation is waiting for those answers. Honorable Minister, when I was going to school, when I'm asked a question, the economic growth of this country? The answer is almost the same as agriculture and tourism, and that's never happening. Honorable Minister, if we call ourselves serious government and as the main advisor when it comes to financially, I think it's high time for us to change our thinking, for us to change our approach, because agriculture can feed this nation when the government invests more money than putting it or giving out to other ministries that are not generating anything for this country. Honorable Speaker, going through the budget, I have observed that there is 0%, no dollars have been allocated for higher education when it comes to development. And we are all aware that this ministry is #1 performing ministry when it comes to performance. And there is no single dollar allocated for this ministry. And we would want to know why from you, Honorable Minister. On that note, I thank you very much for giving me the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Bakau. I now invite the Honorable Member for Upper Fuladu West.
Honorable Speaker, thank you so much for giving me the opportunity also to share my opinion with my colleague members. I think first of all, I have to thank the chairman of the FPAC and the entire team for doing a good job, because they have even made our work more easier. Because what is codified in this document, if you go through, you will draw a conclusion that the FPAC, they have done a great job. So I think we have to thank them so much. And then the subject matter before us today is the budget, which is very, very important, just like alluded by other speakers, that as far as the country is concerned, I think this is the most important component, because this is where each and every Gambian working in various ministries, departments, and agencies will be looking at the National Assembly members, what we are going to do as far as the budget is concerned. It's rather unfortunate that Gambia is one of the smallest countries in the sub-region and one of the poorest countries in the sub-region. And then Gambia is a tax-based economy. There are certain things that we want to do, but we cannot do it simply because of what we have in our country. So Gambia cannot be compared to other countries, but with the little resources that we have, we are able to manage, some of the things. And then for me personally, all ministries are equal to me, because if you speak to those working on the health, they will tell you we need this. If you talk to those who are working on the education, they will tell you we need this. Those in agriculture, the same thing. So basically they are all Gambians and they are all working towards the development of this country. And then, but notwithstanding, we have a problem in this country, and then that problem, if it is not solved, it will be very, very difficult. Every year we will be coming here, blaming each other, blaming the executive, blaming the National Assembly. So until and unless that narrative have been changed, if it is not, then next year when we come here, it's going to be the same thing. Look, Gambia is a poor country, and then we have a mega resources. For us, if we want to achieve some of the things that we are yearning in this country, our ministries, they have to come up with program-based budget. If we don't do that, next year we are going to do the same thing. Program-based budget, I think, is the best. When budget speech come, the minister and his team, they have sleepless nights, they are confused, they don't even know what to do because of the small the small resources that they have, and they have to allocate to all these ministries. So, like right now, we are facing a budget deficit of 2.6 billion. How can we reduce this as a country? We can do it. These are the strategies that if we put in place as a government, we can do it. We need to expand our tax revenue collection. When we do that, look, in this country, it's very, very funny. Those who are working in offices, those who are working in institutions, these are the people who will be criticizing the government. These are the people who will be complaining on a daily basis, we don't have this, we don't have this. But in actual sense, if you look at the revenue that is collected in this country, I can swear that if 100% is to be collected, we are only collecting 50 or 54% as a government. So 46 is not collected. So for me, I am very, very hopeful if we are able to collect 95% of the revenue in this country. Some of the things that we are complaining here, those are going to be things of the past. But our revenue, Gambia money is in this country. But what is collected and what government is getting is far different. So these are some of the things that we need to change our attitude as people working in positions. And also, government should try to invest more on social sectors. That is health, agriculture, education. These are areas that if government invests more, the narrative will change. And government should not only invest, but these sectors also, they should also contribute to the GDP. Because if you look at all these sectors, they are growing. But what is their contribution to the GDP? For example, like health, 40% growth is less than 2% towards the GDP. So basically, if we look at these social sectors, we put more money into these social sectors, and we put force on them that they should also contribute towards the GDP, the narrative will change. Like, if you look at the third one, that is ministries should come off program-based budget, basically, and then there is a question that I have for the Minister of Finance, for him to make some clarifications, because, you know, sometimes this country is funny. People may not have the right information, but they can just circulate incorrect information on social media. That is the 23%. So many people are saying the Minister of Finance has come up with a new idea whereby 2025 is going to increase tax to 23%. But for me, my understanding is what he is trying to explain that the modalities that the ministry put in place or government put in place, if all works well, at least our tax collection will increase to 23%. But the local people, those down there, those who don't understand, most of them are saying the minister or the government have the intention to increase tax to 23%. And also on health, there is something that I want members of parliament to understand here, just alluded by my chairman, that is the health committee chairman, Honorable Kamara. He said something that is very, very important. The community ambulances, over 80 community ambulances are under the purview of Riders for Health. And then presently, the government of the Gambia, Ministry of Health, they have signed contract with Riders for Health. And then these 80 ambulances are part of that contract. And then the budget for Riders for Health last year was 116 million. And then it's the same budget. So for me, that budget should be augmented. The Ministry of Health budget should be augmented. Otherwise, it's going to be very, very, very difficult for them to do their operations. And then also the vaccines. As a government, we also have to contribute because Gavi is the one buying vaccines. Like 80%, only government is contributing only 20%. Last year, what was given, I think, was 25 million, and then this year they are yearning for 45 million. But Ministry of Finance is saying only 30 million. So if adjustment can be made on that area too, will be very, very good. On education also, it's very, very important for government to invest on education. And then if you look at the education budget this year, or the coming year, is increased compared to this year, 2024. But SIG, as alluded by previous speakers, that is lately paid by the Minister of Finance. But I have a question to all members that this SIG, that is the School Improvement Grant, is something that is very, very good. But there are teachers who are complaining outside that they don't know the head and the tail of this SIG. It's only the heads. Some heads, according to some teachers, they are saying some of the heads, they diverted this SIG fund to their own personal account. And yet still, there are people who are paying, school fees, and they're paying uniform for their children, even myself. Even myself here in Combo, I pay for my child in a particular school, grade 9, over 4,000 plus is what I paid. It's not a private school, it's a government school. I know what I'm saying. Even in the provinces, it's happening. So now when government is paying SIG, and yet still people are paying, something to the school. So does it make sense? This is what I want the finance minister to help me, so that at least I can go home with something, because sometimes it confuses me. And then on agriculture, there is no country that can 100% champion agriculture. All they have to liaise with the business community, just like what the government is doing, partnership with Jar Oil, Mohamed Jar, Maruo Farm, that is Musa Dabo, and then a lot of other businessmen are here, the likes of Yona, Sirifo Toure. If government can partner with Sirifo also, will be something very, very important, because we all know agriculture is the backbone of the country. So if government can invest on these social sectors, hopefully we will reach to the promised land. Though it's not easy, I know, as a government, looking at what we have as a government. So I thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Upper Fuladu West. I now invite the Honorable Member for Brikama South.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. First, I want to thank the FPAC for the consultation, and more especially to the committee secretariat that did a wonderful job. The whole night they were here trying to compile all these reports. We really appreciate you. And I also want to thank the Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, when it comes to the current appropriation, I've seen a significant increase, almost approximately 11 billion, from 42 to 52.9. And if you look at the tax and non-tax revenue component, which has constituted about 6.5 billion, and first, I just want to inquire, how were you able to make this adjustment? Are we, one, expanding the revenue collection, or we are increasing the tax that we are talking about? Honorable Speaker, we need to understand actually whether it is attainable, because if you look at the tax revenue, it has been increased by 4 billion. Which revenue lines are we going to generate these things? Do we have a unique identification number attached to these things so that they can be attained? Because they are increments that form part of the bilateral. If they are not attained, they can create a lot of problem for the MDAs. So if you can explain in detail how is this adjustment for both tax and non-tax revenue, an increment of 6.5 billion, which revenue lines are they coming, or are we increasing another revenue collection? The collection base is going to be increased, or we are adding, so that we can know all these things, whether they're going to be attained, so that outside there we can understand it in that dimension. On top of that, we have what we call the program grant. Grant is that is about 12.6 billion. That is almost 20%. And we also have a budget support of 3 billion. Honorable Minister, I think this is a very important area where we need explanation, particularly the grant component. Because these are something, whether the adequate negotiation are there, and you are very much sure they are going to be available. Because already they form part of our bilateral. So if you look at it, and I know the revenue that we are internally generating is going to foot the bill. The major component is going for recurrent. And if you look at it, most of these grants and budget support are mainly directed to the development component of our budget. So without them, we have a problem. And sometimes somebody can tell you, I want to give you this. You go 1, 2, 3 months, you have a problem, and you definitely are unable to get those promise. So that could be a problem. I know there are a lot of conditions that you will try and meet, but should in case they are not available, this can be dangerous. Honorable Minister, I also want us to talk about the issue of deficit. And I know you've tried very well to improve. Even last year during our bilateral, we discussed about this issue to do away with a deficit, which is almost becoming impossible. But my only worry is, why is this going to be financed primarily coming from the domestic borrowing component? And you look at a small economy like Gambia, where are all the commercial banks coming into the Gambia? Selling treasury bill constrain the civil servant, especially if we want to take a loan and invest into business. Is almost impossible. The interest rates are high. Sometimes they demand collateral, title deeds of your compound. If you fail, you lose your compound. So, which we believe commercial banks need to be public and private sector driven. But sometimes that is the opposite of what we are definitely looking at. But if we can improve and try to curtail and completely do away with the issue of domestic borrowing, it's a major problem as far as the country is concerned. Honorable Minister, I want to look at our general allocation when it comes to agriculture. That is 2.5%. And do you understand the Gambia is part of the countries that signed the Mobutu Declaration? 10% of our GLF supposed to go to agriculture. But giving them only 945 million. Even if you look at that, the greater part is going to be in recurrent. Only very minimal that is going for development. But that is not even the issue. But if you look at, compared to other ministries, like your own ministry, that is the fourth consumer. After the debt service, which is 11 billion, then education, health, then the fourth one is Ministry of Finance. In as much as you have subvented institutions, the same way agriculture have subvented institutions. But the allocation has been declining. I don't know how can we improve upon that. We have to be serious, because do you understand that the government has a promise as far as self-food sufficiency is concerned? And if we talk about agriculture, you talk about the projects. You are the minister responsible for finance and economy of this country. You advise the president in terms of policy direction. If we are not comfortable with the projects under the agriculture, we have to look at it as together as a country. How do we improve it? Because you also have similar projects in your ministry. If we can look at it, the target benefit, the projects that are coming, how do we divide the operational cost and target beneficiary? We start monitoring and see that. But what is coming in the form of these projects, these are loans and grants that are contracted by the government for the Gambian people. And I think it has to impact positively on the Gambian people. That can only be done if we take a right dimension. If you look at it, some of the directors in the agriculture are going for secondment in the projects. So, in fact, why not, in fact, you start operating these projects under the ministry? We start the supervision there. Because it's a problem. Whatever we are saying, if we are unable to put food on our table for our survival, it's going to be difficult. So this should be something where we have to prioritize, seriously. Without which we have a problem. So, going forward, Honorable Minister, I also want to talk about the issue of the State-Owned Enterprise Commission. 2023, we have passed the SOE bill. It's now an act that established a commission, and the commission has been in existence now, but the impact is very minimal due to inadequate resource allocation. I've seen in your budget line where you have given them 26 million. So we're thinking that is that adequate, because you still need staff to be doing. But these 14 SOEs, with all their struggle, they are still contributing, they still constitute a lot in the GDP of the economy. And if you look at it, the current trend is, some of them are improving, except few of them, they are improving. So we have to look at it, how do we resource this particular commission to be able to do his rightful role as far as the SOEs are concerned. Because monitoring them is very, very important, especially issues of governance. These are issues that we need to do all the necessary adjustment. So the commission need to be really considered when it comes to that component. Honorable Speaker, with this few remarks, I want to stop here and allow others to continue. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Brikama South. I now invite the Honorable Member for Serekunda West.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I also want to thank the committees, the ministries, and the general membership towards their efforts to the process that is before us. Honorable Speaker, what we need in this country is financial discipline, and this is what we lack. And the financial discipline should come from no other person but the President of the Republic of the Gambia. Some speakers have alluded to the fact that some allocations that were made to him on certain budget lines, in most cases he doubled them. In that you are given 10, you use 20. And you are the state person, you are the most important person in this country, the President, highest office for that matter. You, by virtue of your office, you can play a kind of an oversight function on other people. So if you are allocated 10 million and you end up spending 20 million, and I work under you, you don't have the guts to tell me you cannot overspend your allocations. So this financial discipline will start from the office of the President. Once that is done, everything else will roll very smoothly. Honorable Speaker, to say that the President must meet everybody in this country, that is fine. But depending that you meet everybody in this country at your own expense. You have a political party, you can foot your bill, meet every individual of this Gambia, tell them whatever you want to say politically. But where we differ in opinion is, you cannot use taxpayers' money, my money, your money, and you go and politics with that money. That's our point of contention. That's all. Otherwise, he's quite a constitutional mandate for him to do it. Go and meet the people. But if you want to go to that extent, use your money, or your party's money. Fair enough. Honorable Speaker, on the laying of the budget, you see, what is wrong is wrong. And this parliament has accepted that the timing was wrong. I cannot see any other member who want to glorify that. It is wrong. We accepted it. What we have is the Constitution. There is a lacuna in the Constitution. If it happens, what should happen? That's what is missing. But the fact is, it is wrong, and this parliament has accepted that. It is so disappointing that some other members will come here and want to glorify the wrongness of these actions that we are doing. Nobody will forgo your salary. No, we are not saying that, no. But we had a solution to it. This August building has to stand down to find solutions of way out, because there was a constitutional lacuna. And we amicably, House, both sides, Agreed, and we have a way forward. So that's behind us, but we should never try to say that it is not wrong. It is wrong, and it can never be correct. Honorable Speaker, on salary increment, the 30% is very, very welcome. I welcome it. In fact, if we can even have a way, let's have no restructuring of our system. We need to go to where we say minimum wage. We calculate what will cost Honorable Cisse to pay for his school children, his house rents, all the bills, minimum. We peg our salary to that. Anything above that is fine. That is what we need. We need salary restructuring in this country, Honorable Speaker. And I'm speaking to you, Honorable Speaker, through the Minister of Finance, to the President, that this Gambia needs salary restructuring. This cannot take us anywhere. This pittance increment is good, but it cannot take us anywhere. I welcome the 30%, but equally, I'm very concerned about the pensioners. I want the minister to tell me, what do we have for the pensioners? These are the senior citizens of this country that has laid this foundation, work hard for this country. Today, if they go and get their pension, some of them go with nothing, just like $200, $300, $1,000. What can that do for the pensioners? These are the people who have laid this foundation. What is there in the budget for them? I want the minister to enlighten us so that we know what is there for the pensioners. If you are increasing the salary of the low earners, the pensioners they're even below the low earners, like I said. Some of them, the time they retired from their active services, their salaries were very bad. And we all know pensions are paid on that. Some will accumulate it for 6 months just to go and receive. Though they are old, some may have children that can support them, but some are still taking care of families. So we need to consider the pensioners, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, on the debt issue, it's a big burden on this country. Our loans now stand at 118 billion. It's worrisome. And 11 billion is going to service these loans. We need to find a way out. And you see, we are very good in talking, but solutions will never come our way. We are good in talking, but we cannot come with solutions. How do we get out of this issue of swallowed by bets? I want the Honorable Minister, who is an expert in finance, to enlighten this body so that we know what should we do to get out of this. But as a layperson in finance, the only way I think we can control these debt issues and the deficit issues, we must cut down our expenditures. Because deficit is, you have $100 and you need $1,000 to do your developments. So the difference there is your deficit. If we want to control that, we must have to control our expenditures. And that is why my first intervention is we need financial discipline. The monies that we are wasting on other issues could be cut. That will reduce our expenditure, it will reduce our deficit, and it will help us not taking more loans. And if we are taking loans also, it must be loans that must be put into sectors that can bring us money. It shouldn't all go into services like that. And that kind of thing, you cannot do that if you don't sacrifice. Yes, we must sacrifice. But how long it will take us to sacrifice is question now. It's a very sad situation. These loans that we are taking, many of us will die, and our children will keep paying these loans. Yes, people like us, we are just eating our profits, whether it's today or tomorrow, I don't know. And the burden is we are going to pass this burden to our younger ones. That is very unfair, Honorable Speaker. So we must find a solution to it. Honorable Speaker, I would just want the minister to give me some kind of guidance. That is, I need an explanation, from my understanding, of this 60% reduction in the deficit. I don't understand it. I want the minister to throw some light on it, and then because it is stated here that
The minister further indicated that 2025 budget demonstrates fiscal discipline with a projection gross deficit of only $198.3 million, which is or 0.10% of our nominal GDP, and the lowest in the past decade. So I want the minister to really explain that for my understanding, and perhaps those who are on the same wavelength with me, because I'm sure I'm not the only ignorant person in this area. Even the majority leader is a very late person in this area. Honourable Speaker, with that remarks, I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity, and thank the minister, because it's a very difficult job, but then we'll also urge him next time, let him try to be here in order. I'm sure the minister and the government has already learned a lesson. And even us, we never thought we would find ourselves in such a situation. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Serekunda West. I now invite the Honorable Member for Jeswang.
Honorable Speaker.
Yes, yes.
Honorable Speaker, can we break for lunch and prayers and then reconvene back?
Just go for a given time. We are working towards 1500 when we'll go out, pray, and then have lunch and come back. Joshua, is he around?
Yes, I'm around. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I join my colleagues to thank the FPAC committee and also the Secretariat with the effort that they took to prepare this report, and also the Honorable Minister for being here with us today. On the report of the FPAC, on their conclusion and recommendation, number 2, that all NBS must submit their staff nominal rules, fixed assets register, and others. I think we have to be very, very strict with this. We need this before time, and we should start it, inshallah, next year. Chairman, I think we have to put in a resolution so that to make it possible. Reason being, if you look at the salaries per se, which they say they should not be touched. I have a concern when it comes to the Ministry of Defense. When it comes to basic salary, if you look at basic salary in 2023, they were 5 million. In 2022, sorry, 5 million, 2023, 10 million. Then the actual of 2024, as of October, it has gone to $4 million. And then you look at their current budget for this year is about 11 million. So there is a big gap between these 3 years. So I want to know the reason. So it's going to be very good for us to have those, registered to be sent to us before our start of our bilaterals. Honorable Speaker, when it comes to revenue, yes, this year we have seen an increment of almost 4 billion on top of the tax and the non-tax almost 2.4 billion on it. Honorable Speaker, the minister should help us here and tell us where is he targeting for this increment. Last year there was an increment. We've seen some tax on the bottles on other areas where we have to pay extra to at least cover those gaps. But when it comes to the budget, my question is, what is the impact of the budget on the population? What is the impact of the budget on the population? And what are we targeting? Honorable Speaker, every year we try to increase and spend. We are very good in spending. We always prepare ourselves. Whenever our pockets are broke, we are trying to estimate that next year I will start cutting my costs on the way I should spend. But the moment there is money, we don't care. Honorable Speaker, let's look at the SIC. Honorable Minister, I want you to help me with the SIC, that's the duty-free. Who are entitled to duty-free? Because these are tax-based revenue where we can make money. And if you want to see it as SIC given free or targeting certain companies, there might be a problem in the future. And we might be losing a lot of money when it comes to the SIC. Let me give an example. Honorable Minister, Honorable Speaker. If you look at the companies like Salam, they manufacture from 0 to 100. You see other companies, they only do what? Packaging. They package and they're still having the same enjoyment with other companies that are doing that are starting from 0 to 100, whilst you are only starting from 80 to 100. The one doing from 0 to 100, I think that's the only person that's entitled for this SIC. Because SICs are duty free. When you allow me to have SIC, I can bring in goods in this company, in this country with duty free. Last year, if you look at the number of wheats that came into this country, it was less than a container. But look at the number of flour that came into this country. If you look at the estimate, if you might could be right, on the wheat aspect of it, last year for the wheat we had 7,969 tons, about 8 tons, of it that was imported on wheats. But if you come to the flour, it was about almost 8,442 tons of flour were brought into this country through the imports. So if at all there is a flour factory in this country, that is already given that SIC duty-free certificate. How was it able to bring on those flours that are not manufactured in this country, but manufactured outside, but still they are not paying duty? So, Honorable Minister, I think we need to look at the SIC properly and revisit the SIC and make it very clear that those companies that are manufacturing in this country should be given the SIC free, for duty free, because when it comes to electricity, you burn more electricity, you consume more electricity, you consume more on your salaries and your wages. Let's look at this thing properly, Minister, and then try to work on our revenue-based tax. How can we collect more? So you only be collecting and giving it out? And Honorable Minister, as from today, how much was collected based on our target? As we targeted last year.
Honorable, address me, Honorable Minister.
Honorable Speaker, how much was collected as from date? How much was collected based on what was targeted last year? Because Honorable Minister, Honorable Speaker, I think we can do it. We can do it and reduce our deficit. But how can we reduce our deficit? There must be discipline on the way we are doing things. There must be control mechanism to make sure that all taxes are paid on time and are paid in full. If there is no discipline, we'll continue being on deficit all year round. Gambia is a tax-based economy. We all agree. But should it be to the detriment of the citizens? Every year we increase, and at the end of the day, what comes in next? It comes back onto us. As a businessman, if you increase my tax, I take it somewhere. That's the people who are consuming. They have to pay me to feed my expenditure. Honorable Speaker, let's look at the transit point of our goods before in the Gambia. Mali used to come here on transit with other countries. Even Senegal used to come here. But are we comparing now our tariff with Senegal? How many vehicles are coming from Senegal on transit point? Where is Mali going now? Why is this happening now? Is it because of the port or is it because of our tariff? Let's look at the tariff. If our tariff is high, let's bring the tariff down and compete with Senegal so that those vehicles that are coming through Senegal can come through Gambia. So, Honorable Speaker, I think it is important we look at these things properly. We have a loan, and I will also ask Honorable Speaker whether in next coming years, is there any role referral? Is there any referral for the next coming years? Because if you look at the chunk of this debt currently, it was based on referral. So hope there is no other program that is coming to be planned for us as a referral, so that next year we will start bringing things down. Honorable Speaker, my colleague made mention about the pension. Those who are on the pension, what can we do for them? And I think this year I'm not seeing any increment when it comes to the people who are receiving their pensions. And to be honest, we know what they receive. Yes, there was a 100% increment, but look at what they were receiving and what they are currently receiving. I think this will be included on this 30% increment. The 30% increment is not bad, it's very good. But should it help the people who are in need? That 30%. Let's say if I'm receiving $3,000, 30% of $3,000 is $900. Can that get me a bag of rice? No. One of my colleagues made mention about restructuring our salaries. There must be a minimum wages to say this is what we should go on with. From there, is there any increment? You will feel it to know that yes, I have received what I'm expecting to receive. Honorable Speaker, I want the minister also to help me when it comes to the tacos. Because currently the tacos is going down in this country, that it's been approved. And if you look at the budget, it is not reflecting on it. What are we expecting when it comes to TACOs to be implemented, whether it's going to be implemented in January or not. Because they are waiting and they are listening, whether the TACOs will be implemented in January or not. And if it's going to be implemented, where are these funds coming from? Where are we going to generate these funds for these TACOs to happen? That's what I'm asking for the Honorable Speaker to help me on that. Honorable Speaker, I think it's, as I said, we are a country that depends on tax. But, Honorable Speaker, the issue here is, what is the way forward to make sure that we collect what we expect to collect? Yes, the minister is doing all his best, but I think it's important to engage. It's good to give ceiling. You give me a ceiling to prepare my budget on this ceiling, and when it comes to that level, that ceiling is being down again to say, no, you were asked to bring $10, submit $10, you submit $10, and now you're giving $8. Why is it always a difference on what you are asked to submit and what you are giving at the end of the day? We only come here and minus plus. Are we going to be continuing on this minus plus till the end of our time here? Let's look at the way forward. How can we bring this deficit down? What should we do to bring the deficit down? Not only on minus plus. We minus from A and put plus on B. Will that continue? Let's start looking the way forward and work very hard to make sure that next year, when it comes to this budget, we look at least less than $1 billion deficit as our budget. Compared to our number of years that are remaining, we end up going home with zero deficit. And we can do it. We can only do it when we have financial discipline and also when we control our revenue. Because honestly, the money that is in this country, the revenue that are in this country, when they are properly collected and properly taken care of, Honorable Speaker, there can be a way forward. So, Honorable Speaker, I'm still appealing to the Honorable.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Joshua. I now invite the Honorable Member for Talinding. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, like others have said, this is the most, or one of the most important debates in the National Assembly. People argue on policies. You know, we believe budgets should be directed by policy programs of the government. And when people reflect on those things, members couldn't make statements like, we stop politics. This is not, in fact, it's politics. Politics is about policies. It's about policies, presenting your programs and sharing your perspective with others who might have different perspectives. So if you are here through politics, and you are saying we stop politics, then you must leave parliament. You are here through politics. I wish the member for Sabah Sanjal were here. But then he spoke just after only 3 people spoke. So the statements that people make, he cannot make a blanket statement to generalize the whole parliament. I think that is very unfair. And I would have loved that he were here, that we address these things. When people make statements that you are against, call their constituency tax and address them directly, like I've done. Tell him Banjul South this, or tell him Kunjang that. But you cannot tell it and generalize it to everybody. And it sends a very demeaning character of the National Assembly as a whole, as if we are all, if he is suggesting that nobody is going to approve a motion to reduce your salary, let him move the motion. Well, I mean, I hate people trying to project themselves as the saint and making others appear as the devil. It's not correct. We must condemn that. Now, on the budget. On the budget, I want to believe the budget should be in line with the policy directions of the government of the day. But looking at and these policies are informed by government has a plan, 2023 to 2027, and they have pillars. But if you look at the body and you look at the strategic pillars that the government has outlined, from 1 to 6, even the 4th pillar, the 5th pillar, the 6th pillar, they don't reflect in the budget the way the government is trying to make us believe. Because if you say human capital development is a strategic pillar in the National Development Plan, we should see that in the budget. And that has to reflect in the higher education, the way you see higher education, the way you budget higher education. It has to take FPAC to recommend government to even pay for phase 2 of the Kairaba campus, Faraba Bantang. What kind of funding is that? Do the ministry, at the level of the ministry, look at the national strategic approach of the government and align them with the funding mechanisms? The school bus services in areas, it has to take National Assembly FPAC to recommend that. We expect at the government level, FPAC, Ministry of Finance, to look at critically the budget lines and make serious savings to finance this government initiative. Government is boasting everywhere about this higher education thing. There is debate at the higher education. There's other programs. These are all commendable, but they cannot go without funding. So if even agriculture, you have budget lines that are zero. How are you telling me that your budget is informed by the strategic plan of the government? It sounds funny. So I think it's critical that even if you look at the empowerment, where gender comes in, social inclusion, where education, health comes in, you see, look at critical budget lines, they are cut. But you look at President's office, nothing is touched. You look at Finance Ministry itself, they will not touch anything. Even the PE, I observe, institutions and other ministries have emolument issues, but Ministry of Finance will never have emolument issues. They will never have it. Emolument, PE, this is the number one. That's what you look for. Ministry of Health, PE, cut. Minister of Delect, PE, cut by 18 million. Other ministries, they have personal emolument. Hospitals, PE, cut. What is the problem with Ministry of Finance? But Ministry of Finance, everything is intact. What is that? I can't buy this. So it's better you put your house in order. FPAC cannot be consumed by restoring PEs. You know the job is at hand is huge, but it takes dexterity. If some of these things are not happening, it means somebody is not employing the skills it needs to rectify this. So I call on the ministry and this, because cabinet, yes, because somebody can say it passed cabinet approval, but cabinet cannot go into these details. They don't have that time. So the ministry should help us, help cabinet, and help the Gambian people to give us this thing, the budget that can be implementable. Now the issue of 30% increment is commendable. We welcome it. But have you looked at strategically, like I've seen in the report, satellite institutions under ministries, they also are bound to increase their budget, their salary scale, because ministries, government increase it. Is this factored? So we should look at it as a whole, because they are also Gambians. Even institutions that are subvented, they also have to apply. But they are Gambians. We want to look at grades that are receiving minimal income to enhance their livelihood. So it should be general, not for specific central government alone. And this is why I want to come to councils. Because councils also, you said Gambia government integrated pay scale. So if government increases by 30%, we expect councils also to increase by 30%. So, and government is persistently not giving them the subvention they require. So is the finance looking into that aspect? Because there are councils that they don't have the same financial muscle. Is Kuntaur able to do that? Is North Bank able to do that? Is other institutions able to do that? This is holistically, it's the country you are trying to do, you are trying to develop. So I want the finance minister to tell us something about that. And when it comes to, sometimes I feel like this exercise cannot become futile, because at the end of the day, you sit at finance and via from critical sectors hamper their implementation. We've seen last budget about 400 million was wired from ministries and agencies to finance OIC vehicles. So if you can do that, and then those people continue, and even finance you've cut from that, what is stopping you to be frugal enough to minimize costs and finance some of these things like tacos? Even if somebody, FPAC recommended that there must be specific adjustments to finance tacos. But even if we don't do it 100%, because we understand it requires about 800 million. But let us implement it in tranches. Every year we look at 3 or 4 budget lines. That can amount to almost $3 million if we finance that. But this year coming, this government should ensure that TACOs start to be implemented. Because their transport fund amounts to 70-something million. Some of their budget lines amount to 100-something million. So if you look at it, let's say strategically, we look at 3 budget lines, we finance that from TACOs. The way we do environments in other government institutions to finance these vehicles, we should be able to cut expenditure also to finance certain strategic areas. You know, to avoid this kind of, I think there is section 154 of the Constitution states about contingency funds. So, but there is a National Assembly Act that should come. I'm not sure whether that has happened, but there must be contingency funds so that finance put some of these their monies there, so that in event an unexpected event happen, they don't have to be tapping essential ministries and disrupt their services. They just have to use the contingency fund, or centralized services to do that. Yes. So when unexpected things happen, we expect those things to happen. So if 1% is not enough, they come to Parliament, we endorse something. But it has to be in consolidation. It cannot be like taking 400 million and using it or something that affects basic services. It's not acceptable. So, it's almost time. I want to ask these questions. I look at the revenue lines. The mining royalties has increased from 40 million to 181. The signatories bonus petroleum is 0 rise. The revenue from EU Gambia agreement from 4.5 million to $68 million. Can the finance minister justify these things?
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Talinding Kunya. I now invite the Honorable Nominated Member, Keba Langfufona. Huh? I now invite the Honorable Member for Old Yundum. I now invite the Honorable Member for Woolly East.
Yes, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I also join my colleagues to thank the Honorable Minister for trying his best and his ministry to try to augment the budget. And I thank the FPAC for maneuvering into this. I'm, however, very surprised that the amount that was cut is very, very minimal. I was expecting something more, because there are so many other issues that we need to tackle. Honorable Speaker, it has been our clarion call here since 2017 that we want the low-income earners to be augmented. And if it is done now, it is very good that we thank the Minister for answering to our call. 30% is still small, but it will help the low-income earner. Honorable Speaker, I have received in my pigeonhole a document from the police, and they are making requests. And that request is dealing with issues like food and food services, uniform and protective clothing, fuel and lubricants, vehicles, operating costs, contribution to international organizations. So I hope the FPAC put this into consideration, because when we went on our Human Rights Committee tour to detention centers, we found out that food was very limited. It's a big challenge for the police. So if they are requesting that. And we also found police in various places without uniform or torn uniform. And we reported it here. And everybody accepted. So we should really, really look into it when we come to that. Honorable Speaker, I want to also contribute to this legal issue. Some people speak as if the National Assembly has no power to do anything when somebody violates the Constitution. We all know when a Constitution is violated, the National Assembly has all the powers to reprimand the person. So let's not confuse ourselves, because in section 110, it is already there, contempt of the National Assembly, which says that any act or omission which obstructs or impedes the National Assembly in the performance of its functions, or which obstructs or impedes any member or officer of the National Assembly in the discharge of his or her duties, the dignity of the National Assembly shall be a contempt of the National Assembly, and in addition to any liability in respect thereof under the criminal law, the offender shall be liable to reprimand or admonition by the National Assembly. We can say we've agreed to admonish the minister, but we cannot say we don't know what to do. So we need to correct that. Honorable Speaker, I believe if we are going in the correct trajectory of the economy, by now we should be able to reduce the debt interest that we are paying. But we see that every year it goes up. Every year it goes up. It concerns me a great deal because I have the feeling that we are not managing our debts properly. We need to really, really look into that. The only way you must increase the non-tax revenue, and to increase the non-tax revenue, you must invest. But what is happening to us is that we are just taking loans and paying loans, taking loans and paying loans. And in the end, the loans will consume us. So, Honorable Speaker, in order to avoid that, we need to really, really look at the debt issue and come up with a comprehensive way of addressing it. $11 billion, I said it here last year, during this period. I said, this year we are paying 5 point something, but next year we are going to pay double. I don't know whether you remember that. I said it here. Opa Nyomi. Because the minister went to the IMF to negotiate and arrange what we should pay. And because of that, we know that this year is going to be higher. And I know he will accept what I am saying. That's why we are paying 11 billion. It's management with the IMF to be able to pay what we should pay this time, since we did not pay what we should pay last year. Honorable Speaker, if you want to know the enormity of this debt issue, you will know that 11 billion will be almost equal to what we allocate for agriculture, the Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Tourism, Ministry of Transport and Works, basic education, health, gender, fisheries and water resources. If you put all this together, will be equal to what we are supposed to service our debts. That is astronomical. And it's 29% of our whole budget. 29% of our whole budget is going into debt service. So that is something that we really, really need to address. I will really call on the minister to really look into that next time. Come up with something that will definitely help us to address this issue. Otherwise, we will never come out of what we are doing. Everybody will be blaming each other when nothing is being happened. So, Honorable Speaker, I want to also focus on page 46, where we are increasing levies or taxes. The last time we did something here, the motorcyclists in Basse were complaining. And that is the home of motorcycles. And people are not using motorcycles to to generate income. They are just using it for their various services.
Honorable, page 46 of
the budget. Of the budget, where increment of taxes have been done.
Okay.
So we have to look at those things. Things like ID card. If you increase taxes on ID card, it's not specifying to us. Whether it is the person taking the ID card is going to increase, or is the number of people seeking for ID card which are increasing. So if we don't understand that, we will think that it is the ID card cost which is increasing. So the minister needs to explain that to us before we make a decision on that. I know when it comes to, for example, a passport, you will see many people coming because we've already signed with the UAE, with Spain, with Saudi Arabia, so many of our young people will want to go. But we know that only a very little number of them can go. So it is compelling all these young people to go and take passports. So if you say immigration is going to be increased, I know that area is going to be increased because all these people are looking up to circular migration to move. And therefore they will go for passports. So I can understand that. Maybe the passport price will not increase, but it's the number of people that are going to increase, the volume. So we need to look at that to ensure that it is that way, but not the other way around. Honorable Speaker, when it comes to penalties, court penalties, I see that when you look into it, it's reduced. The court penalties are being reduced. So, and I think that it is better to ask people to penalize people by paying instead of sending people to jail so that we'll be able to get more revenue and less cost for government to take care of people in prison. So I think that area too, we need to look at it. If you read the minister's statement, Honorable Speaker, on page 7, dealing with non-tax revenue expected from the Senegambia breach, is also a concern. Last year it was in the budget or in the estimates, and I raised the issue that this thing has not come to Parliament before us. We have not approved. This is an international agreement. It has not come before us. So if you put it in the budget, and
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Woodley East. I now invite the Honorable Member for Serekunda.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Some members have questioned why are we here today. We are here as prescribed in Section 1, Subsection 2 of the Constitution, which is sovereignty of the Gambia, resides in the people of the Gambia, in whose name and for whose welfare all organs of government derives their authority. Honorable Speaker, we are here today to give authority to the executive to collect taxes as well as to spend those taxes for our general welfare. Honorable Speaker, going by the budget book, the way and manner in which we do our budgeting is very confusing as opposed to the program-based budgeting. It means you know exactly what you want. If we have to go through these budget line items during our budget bilateral, we realize that many budget lines have been created just to become victims of violence. For example, purchase of small office equipments. Every MDA, ministry, department, and agency must know what kind of equipments they want to buy for the upcoming year. There are also some other budget lines here, as we've said, and the absorption rate of allocation to all ministries and departments and agencies as at October has exceeded over 80%. And when you scrutinize certain budget lines, you will realize that they are under-allocated, meaning they have vied from those budget lines. So that is evident that we definitely as a country don't know what we want. That is budgeting. Some may argue that budgeting is forecasting, but when doing a forecast, you must know what you want so that you can have those results. Honorable Speaker, I would not do justice by thanking the Budget Office of the National Assembly that has equipped us with all the required tools that we've needed to scrutinize the budget. And another thing with this budget, this process of budgeting, is that I believe that after the minister lays this budget, we should come back and debate the budget. After debating the budget, then we can engage in this budget bilateral. This will make us better understand the budget in order to do the necessary cuts like the Honorable Member for Woolly said. Honorable Speaker, as a government, we own most of the lands in this country, but you will realize that ministries, departments, and agencies are renting office buildings, which is a lot of money. Why can't we do the necessary cuts, lump that money, and invest in buildings to house those ministries? And the following year, this will help us to generate more revenues than wasting our revenues. Honorable Speaker, we would like to discuss about the detailed revenue estimate by collecting agents. GRA, customs and other import duties is expected to increase from 241 million to 861 million. Can the Honorable Minister explain this increment? Ministry of Interior, they are expected to increase their collection from 351 million to 642 million. Sale of national identity card, like the Honorable Member for Woolly said, is expected to increase from 15 million to 80 million. Security port fees as well, which is a concern for many Gambians, from 112 million to 186 million, and the list goes on. Honorable Speaker, the Ministry of Fisheries and Water Resources already is a concern for many Gambians, especially the local fisher folks. Now we have seen that the estimated revenues to be collected has jumped from 84.5 million to 181 million. Who is gonna benefit from this? Ministry of Petroleum as well, quarrying royalties expected to jump from 65 million to 73.5 million. Mining royalties expected to jump from 40 million to 181 million. Will this not have a negative impact on the citizens of the country? Honorable Speaker, another budget line that needs to be looked at, that is research. All MDAs has a research budget line. Why not we lump that and give it to the Ministry for Higher Education so that they can upgrade their research? Honorable Speaker, yes, one other thing here. Alien ID card. Some other revenue lines have been suppressed as well. Could the Minister also explain why that suppression of revenue? And an important thing that needs to be also looked at, that is, for example, I'll give the National Assembly as an example. Basic salaries, National Assembly 2024 projected it at 74.5 million. And as at October, they have disbursed 54.4 million. That's a huge variance. What does that mean? When we ask that question, they say they are planning to recruit new staffs. And this has been there for the past 2 years. Is that not also a suppression of income to other MDAs who are in dire need of that money? Honorable Speaker, let's do history as Gambians. Join us to make history. We have the powers here right now as we speak. Let's do the necessary cuts and save this country. As said, it is not the size of the dog in the fight, but it's the size of the fight in the dog. By increasing our budget, that does not tell us anything positive in the near future. So let's cut and invest in areas that can generate more revenues for the country in order for the people of the Gambia to live in liberty, dignity, and prosperity. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Serekunda. Honorable members, we are just 5 minutes away from 1500 hours. At this juncture, we will adjourn to pray and have lunch. I had somebody wants to say something. Can you rise up and talk?
I was just proposing for us to proceed, no break.
Yes, eating.
No, I'm fasting. I'm fasting. No break, yeah, we proceed. No, we are all fasting. We are fasting. We are all fasting.
You don't want them to pray?
No break, no.
Pardon?
No, no break. We don't need break.
No prayers?
No.
Speaker, he has eaten, please.
Speaker, Honorable members, both sides, majority, minority, what time do you think we can come back? Honorable, we are now almost 3 o'clock. When do we come back? Is it 45 minutes, 1 hour, or 30 minutes? 1 hour. Yeah, now, it's now 14:57. I will say if it's 3 o'clock, we come back at 4 o'clock. Okay, the House is suspended until 4 o'clock.